Chapter 1, An End and New Beginning. Hello, I am writing a novel for the first time. So I decided to write a fantastic Harry Potter fiction. Since I really like history. Volume 1, The Ascension of House Dovahkiin and the Beginning of the Second Wizarding War. Chapter 1, An End and New Beginning. Somewhere in the void, surrounded by darkness, there was a small light and it glowed a little around it. The most unique thing about the little light is that it twisted many times. But suddenly, the soul reacted. It took a while to adapt to the void, and since it did not know where it was and tried to remember. Where was this sight? What was your name? Did she have a family? But he did not remember anything. He only had the vague feeling that he had forgotten something important in his life, and yet he did not remember it. But he remembered things, like a college education, many books he read, movies he watched, and even remembered novels and anime. I felt strange, but I came to the conclusion that he had died very old. Suddenly, where I was standing went blank, and there was a man, sitting on a magnificently beautiful golden throne. He instantly thought that this man was a superior being and was going to judge him for his sins. "Hello, my son, I see that you are adjusting very well to your situation," he says in a deep but pleasant voice of the higher self. But suddenly, he recognized the higher being that he saw was. "Are you Morgan Freeman?" the voice asks the surprised soul. Morgan smiles at me, a funny smile on her face. "No, I am not, my son, but I borrowed this representation and because I really like Morgan's films." "Well, before you can say anything else, let me explain why you are here. First, you are free from sin. Second, all your personal memories were erased, since you lasted a long time in the cycle of souls and you will only feel a vague memory. And third, you were on your way to reincarnate. But I brought you because I need your help," explains Morgan with a friendly smile. The sphere of light turns on and off, as if you are thinking about the words you just heard. "But why do you need my help?" "I am just a simple mortal and I am very sure that I am someone very normal," says the voice of El Alma. Morgan makes a happy smile and explains to me. "Well, my son, you are not normal at all. Your soul is very strong and with the help of your imagination it was strengthened with all those novels, movies, anime and etc. It gave you a lot of strength from a certain energy, which I call the energy of imagination, and it nurtured your soul on an unconscious level, and that's why I chose you," Morgan says seriously. "And what do you need from me?" asks the voice of El Alma. "I want you to help me expend energy from the imagination of the earth," responds Morgan and continues saying, "Since believing in something, with great intensity, gives you access to the energy of faith and makes what you imagine very real." Morgan thinks of something and says, "By doing that, you create a universe and a dimension, where from that universe, it accumulates all that energy of the imagination to create itself, and it is a very beautiful process. I'm sure you'd like to see it one day," says Morgan, thinking about the process of creation, and continues saying, "But that's where you come in, since the energy of imagination accumulates until it is saturated and returns naturally to the earth, and to avoid that happens, you have to spend it doing something like reincarnating or transmigrating someone to one of the worlds of the imagination." "And what do I have to do?" asks the soul. "I can see that you are still very analytical and not very talkative, even without your memories of your last life." "Hehehe, well, my son, all you have to do is go to one of these worlds of imagination and live in it for the rest of your life, and you are not allowed to travel to other worlds. You will be granted 3 wishes of your choice and you can choose to transmigrate or reincarnate in the world of your choice," says Morgan. "Well, that's a lot to process, and let me think for a moment. Millimeter, well, it's fine, I've decided and I'm going to do it, says El Alma decisively. Perfect, now declare your requests. Morgan asks. Well, but first a question, if I choose to transmigrate, what does it entail? Asks the soul. Well, it depends on your request and what you want to add to your reincarnation. First, I can recreate your body according to your criteria. Second, I can create a history or background about your body. And third, I can send you to an existing body of your choice. It all depends on what you choose, Morgan generously replies. I have decided, I want to transmigrate to the world of Harry Potter. I want to have a Breton and British pure-blood status. I want my name to be Maximilian Stephen Dovahkian, my noble house. He is a reserved pure-blood family and does not like to interact with other families. My family is very wealthy and they seldom flaunt their wealth. The children of House Dovahkian go out into the world at the age of 17 to train, explore and see many places, and they return to the family after 3 years. The Dovahkian family was massacred by Voldemort, because he wanted to know the secrets of the family, but the members of the family are very cautious and keep family secrets in the language of ancient dragons. It is not revealed to strangers. I say my requests. Morgan looks at me with a face that didn't expect my request, but immediately smiles at me. Well, Max, that is a great transmigration, and what more do you want? Morgan asks. I want to be very attractive, handsome and elegant, with a well-endowed physique, well-trained with pink and reference muscles, like an Olympic swimmer. Eyes, golden like the purest gold, hair, golden, and skin, healthy white. Please make my great friend, make it big, as I want to be able to satisfy my wife. Morgan laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. That can be arranged. Tell me, what timeline do you want to start? Morgan asks. I want to start at the airport in England, on the 7th of April, 1969, and that, by chance, that same day is my birthday. Since I was born on the 7th of April, 1949, and I am 20 years old. I respond and continue for my body background. My Gringotts account manager called me to inform me that my family died and yet cannot return at that time, because he had to fulfill the Dovahkian family tradition and spend 3 years outside the country. Well, that makes it easier. Now tell me, what are your 3 wishes? Morgan asks. Well, my first wish, I want the Library of the Way of Heaven, or in my case the Library of the Way of Magic, if you can call it that, I say, expressing my first wish. Morgan thinks a bit and evaluated the changes my desire would cause in my new world, finally decided. It can certainly be granted. Your second wish? Morgan asks. My second wish, I want to have all the books, magic, muggle and all the knowledge on various subjects, through the entire history of the Harry Potter world, and keep it updated, through magic, I say with crossed fingers. Morgan evaluates a bit, but this time it is more quickly he decided and answered me. Granted. Your third and final wish? Morgan asks. For my third wish, I want instant mastery, I say with a smile. Morgan opens his eyes, surprised by the great impact of my desire, and lets out a great laugh of joy. Well, my son. Ha ha ha. You did aim for the best, ha ha ha. Granted. And now get ready, I'll send you to the world of Harry Potter. Thank you, Father, for this opportunity. I say, in case I don't have another chance. Morgan, snap your fingers and send the soul on its way of transmigration. Good luck, my son, and I hope this time you find happiness. I also gave you something extra, for calling me father, and I'm sure it will be a surprise for you, he. Comment. 38 comments. Vote. Chapter 2, The Beginning of an Adventure. Chapter 2, The Beginning of an Adventure. At London Heathrow Airport, it was a beautiful Friday, the 7th of April, 1969 at 8 a.m. There was a young man sleeping in a chair in the waiting room, from the Emigration Department of the British Ministry of Magic. Suddenly, the young man's eyelids tremble and he opens his eyes gently. You could see his eyes, golden, as intense as the purest gold. He begins to look around, to see where he was and realizes that he had successfully transmigrated. He gets up, I inspect his new body and you start to look around him. From his observation he realizes that he is in a waiting room. It is supposed to be waiting for your permission to enter the country. Suddenly and without warning a great wave of memories hits him, observing all their childhood, adolescence, trainings, noble labels, command of speaking and writing in various languages, English, Chinese, Russian, etc. Even behaviors and body traits, and I even assimilate the trip that I made in the family tradition test. And as if it wasn't enough headache. Suddenly, all the knowledge of the library of the path of magic explodes in her brain and enters her mind. The saddest thing is that he could not even cry out from the pain, but fortunately and thanks to her third wish, instantaneous mastery, the pain subsided and he subconsciously began to master all subjects, from magical and muggle alike, to levels no one thought possible. The young man, exhausted by the forced simulation that has just happened, faints again in her seat and everything is silent again, as if nothing had happened. For more than 4 hours, the young man passed out, already lying motionless in his chair and seemed to be sleeping. When suddenly, noises of hurried footsteps break the silence of the place. It was from a young assistant, passenger emigration department, of the British Ministry of Magic. She rushed up to him to wake him up and tactfully touched his shoulder. Lord Dovahkiin, Lord Dovahkiin. Please wake up, says the young woman hurriedly trying to wake the young man. The young man wakes up and observes a beautiful young woman aged 20 to 24 in front of him, beautiful features and attributes. They both stare at each other for more than about 5 minutes without saying anything. Hello, what can I do for you, beautiful lady? Asks the young man. The young woman blushes intensely as the young man in front of her was incredibly beautiful and attractive, and even the Prince Charming of her dream could not be compared to the male god in front of her, and that she had seen many young heirs of noble houses they wanted to woo her, but none could be bought from young Lord Dovahkiin. Hello, I'm Sophia Greengrass, a member of the noble and ancestral house of the Greengrass, says Sophia. The young Sophia was extremely nervous by his presentation so unreliable. But her fears were unfounded, because the young man responded with a big smile. What a beautiful name you have, Miss Sophia, how can I help you? The young man asks. Young Sophia, with an elegant approach and a little nervousness, says a few words with a polite and professional smile. Lord Maximilian Stephen Dovahkiin, heir to the noble and ancestral house of the Dovahkiin. The British Ministry of Magic approved your stay in the country. You must also present and arrange your documents at the Department of Magic Security within a period of 1 month, and where you are requested to pay your family bills, and be aware of the new laws, which the ministry has approved. I am pleased to welcome back to England, Mr. Dovahkiin. The ministry hopes that your stay will be permanent, says Sophia in a formal and working tone. Thank you, Miss Sophia, but I would like to take the fireplace red flue and direct me the leaky cauldron, please, Max replies. Of course, follow me. If you want I can be your guide, since it must have been a long time since the last time you visited, says Sophia, suggests an invitation to Thank you, Miss Sophia, but I would like to go, the leaky cauldron, and ask for a room, and rest from the long journey, because I still feel a bit tired, Max replied. Okay, follow me, to the fireplace Red flew, and you can go there, says Sophia in understanding. Thank you, Miss Sophia, says Maximum. The two of them walked for about 5 minutes without saying anything, since the young woman is very impressed by the perfect way Max walked. Not even her grandfather, who always said that her label was of high quality for a nobleman of her status, could not be compared to Maximum. However, she couldn't help but ramble in her thoughts. Since she herself had heard of the massacre of the noble and ancient house of the Dovahkiin. After that, many noble families began to hide their houses under the enchantment Fidelius, and she herself is scared, since she had heard things from a Dark Lord and was gathering followers. Quickly, without realizing it, they were in front of the red flue fireplace, and Max, undeterred, took a little fluff powder, and stood in front of the fireplace. Thank you, Miss Sophia Greengrass, says Max. Goodbye, Mr. Dovahkiin, he says. Goodbye, Miss Sophia, says Max as he throws the dust into the fireplace and says. And in a burst of green flames he disappeared, without realizing that he had entered the heart of young Miss Greengrass, who was captivated by the man and wizard she just met. Bellatrix Black's POV. My name is Bellatrix Black. I was born in 1951, just finished school, and honestly, is that, instead of going to my house, I went to the leaky cauldron, to have a drink and relax. Because it terrifies me so much about the idea of getting married with that idiot Rodolphus Lestrange, and I was distraught that all the members of my house Black wanted me to marry him. Since that was what was expected of a woman in my class, but I did not want to marry an asshole, and I wanted to be a hit witch. Suddenly Red Flue's fireplace is activated in flickering green flames, and from what I can see, it was someone of great power coming out of there. And since I know they were someone powerful, that's because my house Black, they were closely involved in the creation of the Red Flue, and without giving me time to think. A man comes out of the chimney, incredibly handsome, of a height of about 1.95 meters, a body, shapely 20-year-old young man, hair and eyes, golden like the purest gold, skin, healthy and smooth white, with facial features, attractive. He was the most handsome, elegant and noble man she had ever seen. He wore a magician's robe, standard black, not too formal and not too informal. But what stood out the most about his clothes was that everything had designs with gold and silver threads, which made his clothes remarkable. And I couldn't help but notice that it had the emblem of a European dragon, carefully tucked into a gold-plated diamond, and if memory serves, it is the noble and ancestral house of the Dovahkiin. That was a noble and very powerful family, but I thought that there are no living members left, since I found out in the newspaper the profit of their massacre. Without realizing it, he was looking around, but I was eating him with my eyes. I couldn't help it. He was an elegant man. Every gesture he made was from the master-level noble's etiquette book, such bearing nobility and elegance, they would make my father Cygnus Black ashamed to be around him. This man had to be mine before I lose my chastity for that jerk Rodolphus, and maybe I can escape my commitment. Suddenly his gaze fell on me, he looked at me and I looked into his eyes. At first he was surprised, which made me earn a proud smile for my attractiveness. I already knew she was a beautiful woman and highly desired in various noble circles. However, the moment she looked at me with a beaming smile on her face, and it made me turn on immediately. Oh my heart, I have to say it, the man in front of me made my occlumency have trouble controlling and my heart race. I think I'm in love with him. He comes walking like this to me, with each firm and strong step, which overflows a waste of elegance and noble status. with his gaze fixed on me, without taking it away at any time, and time seemed to vanish, because without realizing it he was in front of me, and he was preparing to introduce himself. Without giving my heart any opportunity to prepare. Hello beautiful lady. I am Maximilian Stephen Dovahkian, heir to the noble and ancestral house of the Dovahkian. Would you give me the honor and privilege of knowing your distinguished name? The handsome man asks me. Comment. 30 comments. Vote. Chapter 3, A Special Encounter and a Fate-Changing Drink. Chapter 3, A Special Encounter and a Fate-Changing Drink. Upon arriving at the Leaky Cauldron, I looked around and it was what I expected, nothing out of the ordinary, and it was quite dirty. It looked like a seedy bar. I kept looking around and saw someone I knew from the Harry Potter movie. It was Bellatrix Black, although younger. I always liked her character and the fact that she went crazy. I bet all my galleons it was the fault of that idiot Lestrange. She looked at me like he wanted to eat me, in a very lusty way. I admit it, Morgan excelled in creating my body and my attractiveness. I am not complaining, but I am just saying that the man stood out magnificently. I walked towards the table where Bellatrix was sitting, and without taking my eyes off her, I approached with grace and introduced myself. With all my level of elegance and etiquette to the maximum, I already wanted to make a great impression on she. Hello beautiful lady. I am Maximilian Stephen Dovahkian, heir to the noble and ancestral house of the Dovahkian. Would you give me the honor and privilege of knowing your distinguished name? I asked him with a beaming smile on my face. She looked impressed by my presentation, but quickly, with an expression of a high-class noble house lady, she introduced herself. Hello Dovahkian heir, my name Bellatrix Black, member of the noble and ancestral house of Black. Bellatrix responds. It is an honor to meet such a distinguished lady, Miss Black. I would be very honored to accompany you at your table, if you allow me. I ask her politely, as I think, she's clearly being cautious with me, but she's interested in me. The pleasure would be all mine, Dovahkian heir, says Bella elegantly. Since we have formally introduced ourselves, please call Max. That's what my friends call me, I said, but it's thought. I'm sorry Lestrange, but this brother is going to flirt with your girl. You are very reckless, for someone of your status, but you are right, you can call me Bella and now we can consider ourselves friends, says Bella with a little blush. I also saw she making a nice pout and a slight blush, very subtle it shows on her face, and that tells me that he liked me. So I started my master-level courtship advancement. Ha ha ha, don't judge me. I have to use the resources I'm good at, he. How shameless you are Bella, flaunting your beauty and your name Bella, he. But I am very confident and reckless, for someone of my status. If you don't mind me asking, what does a noble lady like you do, in a garbage dump like this, I say smiling. Without realizing it, a young man who appears to be a waiter approached me. He seemed very insulted by my comment as I overheard him. Hello, my name is Tom Abbott, I am the owner of this garbage can. How can I help you today? Tom says, but when I saw what he thought with legitimacy he said, smug bastard. What an annoying guy, I thought, and said politely, I apologize for my comment Mr. Tom, but without offending you, this place is in very bad condition, and if you look from the point of view of a tourist Mr. Tom, this place is the first thing they see, and it welcomes Muggle-born youth, and I even dare to say, that it is the bridge between our wizarding community and the Muggle world. Upon entering, the first thing they will see is a place, very dirty, run down and lacking in the atmosphere appropriate from a respectable high-end business. Instead it looks like a third-rate Muggle bar, and the only thing missing is the rats here and there. Bellatrix looked very surprised by how direct my words were, and then she smiled mischievously as she realized that I was right in every one of my words. Even though she didn't much like mudbloods or muggle-borns. The man in question looked at me as if I had stolen his wife. He stared at me for 3 minutes without saying anything, until my beloved beauty burst to my rescue and said, "Well, I think Max is right, Tom. This place is in bad shape and I think you should consider remodeling it," says Bella, but with a quick legilimency I thought, he's certainly right, this place is in really bad shape. That's my girl, and this stupid bastard who won't leave, I think, and say, "Come on man, you should accept constructive criticism, this way I can improve it, and you know what? Maybe your bar will become the symbol of meetings of our community, and it could also become something more special, over time. By the way, I want the most luxurious room you have and the most refreshing and expensive drink you have available." I saw legitimately that he was thinking, "What an arrogant bastard, but damn, he is right," thinks Tom, sighing, and says, "Okay, grace Mr. Max, but I must inform you that this season we have no rooms available, and here is your drink, costs 2 galleons, it's called Dragon Flaming Rum." Tom hands me a crystal glass well adorned, but nothing fancy, and stands to one side watching us. Clearly the bastard was a nosy gossip. Bella saw a golden opportunity, knowing that I had nowhere to stay, so she told me, "You're not from England, are you, Max?" "I was born here in England and lived my childhood in Dovahkiin Castle, but it is only when I reached the age of 17 that I had to travel the world and fulfill the family tradition. So it has been 3 years since I was here in England and wanted, however, I have an appointment tomorrow with my account manager and I must wait another day to settle my accounts at Gringotts and then make a trip to the Ministry of Magic, to fix my documents and request my mastery in various magical branches," I say, but he was thinking to himself, "And on that note of plans to woo you and make you my wife. Well, maybe I can help you, if I take you to my house and tell my father Cygnus Black, maybe they could help you. Although I must warn you that my family is distrustful of strangers, and I have also heard that my great-uncle was a friend of your grandfather," Bella says with warning, and with a slight legilimency I saw what she was thinking, "I hope father likes me." "Well, it would be my pleasure, Bella, if you could help me I would appreciate it a lot, and I can even give you what you ask," I say with a smile. "Well, grab your drink quickly and we'll go. This lady took pity on you and invited you for your drink, so be thankful," Bella says with a slight blush and a smile and a little pout. "Well, grab your drink quickly and we'll go. This lady took pity on you and invited you for your drink, so be grateful," Bella says with a slight blush and a smile and a little pout. He, what a generous lady," I say, laughing and joking, but I think, she is certainly very pretty when she laughs. Yes, I am, right, sometimes I can't help it," Bella says proudly. "Well, I don't want to interrupt your flirtation, but welcome to England, Mr. Maximum. My grandfather bought this place. It has only been open for 60 years, and for my family this place represents a lot, and since it is almost a family tradition, inheriting the leaky cauldron between the family," says Tom, but with a quick legitimacy I saw he thought so, "Arrogant bastard, flirting in my face, and of course I'll interrupt you. How annoying is this guy?" And he interrupted me again, I think, and say, "I understand, if later you are not busy, what if I become your investor and I can advise you to do a high-level business? The Dovahkiin have the eyes for business, and I can assure you that you will win many galleons, and we will preserve the tradition of your family, and we both won." I throw him a slight legilimency to see what he thought. Maybe I'll try, but I can't sound desperate, and it's better to keep him waiting, thinks Tom, and says, "I'll think about it, Mr. Dovahkiin. I take the drink in one gulp and put the glass on the table and get up. With Bella, who also gets up, she starts walking with me to the red flue fireplace. I turn around, I see Tom in the eyes. Well, if you are ever interested, send me a letter to my name is Maximilian Stephen Dovakian, or send a letter to my account manager at Gringotts, I say. Bella grabs some powder in her hand and told me to digest. Says Bella. I say. Cygnus Black's POV. Dash, Black Mansion dash. Cygnus Black's POV. In another place known as the Black Mansion, Mr. Cygnus Black was worried about his eldest daughter. She had not yet returned from school and was very sure that she had already gone to another place, because her sisters were already in the house. He knew he didn't like that Lestrange boy, but he must as a member of House Black. The flames of the red flue fireplace came to life. My daughter appeared in it, but she immediately turned away from the fireplace and the fireplace burst into flames. That means the person who comes is very powerful. You will wonder how I know, well, my family participated in the creation of the red flue chimneys. Very quickly I sent a patronym to my wife and my daughters. Then they will know we have a prominent guest at House Black. Immediately I could see a handsome young man, and from what I could see in his demeanor, he was of a respectable and noble lineage. Very quickly I noticed my wife and daughters coming, and when they arrived they also stared at the man, while he watched us. Most notably, he didn't even notice a hint of fear. In that I noticed the coat of arms of his noble house, and I immediately recognized it. It was of the House Dovakian, a noble house and very rich, disgustingly rich. We Black are rich, but we are not at the level of wealth of House Dovakian. As I understand it, they have great friendship with the goblins. In fact, it was the only family of magicians that supported the Goblin Rebellion in the war, and in the war against Grindelwald they had a remarkable role, protecting their territory either from the light side or the dark side. They were very hated and feared for that fact. Here in front of me is a descendant of that family. This was a golden opportunity to establish a connection, and his daughter brought it to him later. I'll have to reward her, maybe a marriage contract. Comment. 7 comments. Vote. Chapter 4, Meeting at Black Mansion. Chapter 4, Meeting at Black Mansion. Max's point of view. Black Mansion Place. Upon arriving at the Black Mansion, I could see several people. One was a man no older than 35 years, with hair, black, with eyes, grey, of a height, about 1.85 centimeter, with a body, not very trained, but he looked powerful and his etiquette and manners were impeccable. He watched me and evaluated me. I observed by his side an older woman of about 30 to 35, with hair, blonde, with eyes, sky blue, one height, at 1.78 centimeter. She was quite beautiful, and I must emphasize that she looked about 25 years old in appearance. Said person also evaluated me. I look at her side and see a young woman with hair, black, with features similar to those of Bella, about 17 years old. Her eye put that she must be Andromeda, and she looked at me curiously. I look behind her and I see another young woman, blonde hair, very pretty, appeared to her mother, and I suppose that she is Narcissa looking at me, with intrigue, vigilance and distrust. I calm down and start walking with Bella by my side towards where they were. Bella elegantly introduces me to her father. Father, let me introduce you to Lord Maximilian Stephen Dovakian, heir to the noble and ancestral house of Dovakian. Max, this is my father Cygnus Black III, member of the noble and ancestral house of Black. This is my mother Drula Black, my middle sister Andromeda Black, and my younger sister Narcissa Black, says Bella proudly introducing her family. Mr. Black, Mrs. Black and Miss Black. It's an honor to meet you, I say, bowing gracefully. It is also an honor for me to meet him Dovahki in air. Are you by any chance Max the Tyrant Dragon, who is a renowned and world-famous bounty hunter, for catching many criminals? Also, he is the world dueling champion for 3 years in a row and a great historian of magic history. I'm right, right? Cygnus asks, but with a legality poll I saw that he was thinking, I hope it is not, and if it is, then they're to be careful. But I think it is him, because they are very similar. Ha ha, well yeah, that's me. Even though I didn't think someone would know about my little achievements. I say asking but I think, well, that were my achievements before recovering my memories, and maybe later in the future, I can do something even more impressed. Well, that's because my husband Cygnus is in charge of family business outside the country, and I have heard a lot about you at various noble parties. I must say that I too am impressed by your achievements, young Mr. Dovahki, says Drula, but on probing with legilimency I saw that he was thinking of, certainly he is a gifted, handsome, and noble wizard. I must convince my husband to try to establish a marital connection with one of my daughters. Please, Mrs. Drula, call me Max. And the truth is, you are only looking for a hobby while traveling the world. Never imagine having such fame or titles, I say and think. Certainly it is true, because from my memories it was very boring to travel aimlessly, and that's why I looked for ways to distract myself. Okay Max, Cygnus and I are very sorry about what happened to the members of your house Dovahki. Do you have any idea who could have committed such a crime? Asks Drula. Cygnus, with wide and surprised eyes, responds hastily and in an effort not to misinterpret his wife's words, please darling, don't overwhelm young Max with sad matters. He sure came to us for help and we will help where we can. I consider it a bit and wonder if I should tell them or not, but decides to do it because I am interested in Bellatrix and I want to change her life. I reply, well, as regards what happened to my family, Grandpa Maximus sent me a patronym and told me what happened before he died. Apparently it was a man named Lord Voldemort, who claims to be heir to Slytherin and was the one responsible for such atrocity, but I investigated it with some friends I trust. Because I wanted to know who this Lord Voldemort was, and it seems that the name is an anagram of his real name, which is Tom Marvolo Riddle, a low-class half-breed. I also managed to investigate Tom's family, his father a Muggle, called Tom Riddle Sr., and his mother a squib from House Gaunt, called Merop Gaunt. To be honest, I don't know what this half-breed is playing, and what I even more puzzled in my researches was that the bastard is always an apprentice to Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. I say while thinking about, I feel there is more involved. I'll try to find out later and see what really happened. Immediately Mr. Cygnus and his wife looked pale, as if they had already met this Dark Lord, and they seemed that more pale when he mentioned that he was a half-breed. Cygnus was the first to speak, seemed very concerned and asked urgently, young Max, is this information true? It is very important to validate it. Since our black family has been in contact with this Dark Lord, and if it is true, then we have been deceived. Drula also rushes to support her husband, and so that he would not misunderstand and have no disagreements, I hope you are not offended, young Max. The truth is that this mestizo has made an appearance in several noble meetings, looking for sympathizers to his cause, and my sister-in-law is quite involved in the matter, since she has attended several meetings organized by this half-blood. I understand. Regarding the information, it is correctly verified, and I also paid the sum of 2,600,000 galleons, for the information in the underworld. So it must be true, since no one dared to cheat me and live to tell it. In addition, the agents of the underworld are trustworthy people, of course, if you can pay their price, and with my current achievements nobody wants to be my enemy. because that would make me their enemy, and my enemies do not live happy lives, I say seriously, and I show them a copy of the document coldly. Cygnus and Drula take the document and see it, and immediately Cygnus and Drula run to Red Flu's fireplace and say the following words. They disappear into the green flames. For 2 minutes we were silent, and until Narcissa spoke. You are Bella's boyfriend? Narcissa asks with curiosity and a touch of gossip. Bella looked flustered and gave Narcissa a murderous look, but I noticed for a moment on her face she was hopeful, as if waiting for what I was going to say. But her other sister said something that devastated Bella completely. But Bella, you are not going to marry Rodolphus? Dora asks, but when probing with Legilimency I saw that he was thinking about, I'm sure Bella is interested in this man, so I should joke with her while I can and live for the moment to make fun of her. Hehehe. Bella's eyes immediately turn red and she runs off to what I assume is her room. We were silent for a minute without saying anything. Until I start a conversation. Bella is engaged. I ask with the intention of breaking the ice and to satisfy my curiosity. She is not engaged, but the members of House Black, they want her to marry a young man from a noble house and to establish a beneficial connection, and they have been spinning the matter for several years and have not formalized anything so far. What I can't imagine is that my sister seems very interested in you. How did you meet her? Sissy asks, wanting to know everything, but when probing her with Legilimency I was thinking about, my sister is very lucky to have met such a handsome man, and because of my parents' behavior of being a noble house with great wealth. Members of my house are distrustful of strangers. Unless the other house is on the same level as the noble black house, and if they are of the same status, a marital connection is always sought that benefits the black house. It is a pity that it cannot meet him first. To be honest, I met her at the Leaky Cauldron, and because I arrived in the country last night, where I had to spend some hellish hours of waiting, in the emigration department of the ministry, I say with a sigh and continue explaining, this is how I headed to Leaky Cauldron, to ask and request room arrangements, have a drink and then get a proper rest. But unfortunately I wasn't counting on there being no rooms available, and Bella offered to help me ask your father if he could offer me a place to stay. But now that they are gone and I don't know what to do. It is quite simple to solve. Stay in the guest room and my parents will not mind, since it is safer. They wanted to talk to you when they returned, says Dora, but when probing her with Legilimency I was thinking about, I think Mom and Dad will be happy with which he stays, and they will surely want to talk to him after talking to my great-uncle. You seem like a very intelligent young Andromeda. I will gladly accept your offer, and if you could guide me to the room, I say with a smile. Certainly I was quite exhausted and I was having a hard time staying on my feet. Sure, is not a problem, confirms Dora. Suddenly a very lively house elf appears. How can Anna help young Miss Dora? Asks the house elf Anna. Dora with a smile says Anna takes Mr. Max to the guest room. The little elf Anna looks at me with surprised and amazed eyes. I think it is due to my levels of magic or my dragon heritage. Anna, it will be the Master Dragon's guide. Please follow me, Master Dragon. Anna says with great encouragement and directed me to the room. Without saying anything else I follow her, leaving behind Sissy and Dora, as I disappear from her sight. Andromeda's point of view. I watched the man disappear from my sight. But I was thinking, Master Dragon, according to what I have read in the books of the Black Library, is someone revered as a tamer of dragons and a speaker of the ancient language of dragons. He is certainly a man very interesting and mysterious. I think that's why my sister is attracted to it. My thoughts were interrupted by my sister Sissy, asking something. Sister, Anna, said the Dragon Master. Sissy asks curiously. I have no idea, but I think it must be a magical ability of House Dovahkiin, just as the blacks have our magical ability, and although in our case it has disappeared from our magical heritage, I replied, but it was thought. Certainly, someone who can speak with dragons must be powerful, and now I see why the noble House Black saw the noble House Dovahkiin as equals. You think our parents were talking to Great Uncle Archerus about that Dark Lord? Sissy asks anxiously. It's the safest thing. They also looked very concerned about the information they heard from Mr. Max, and I hope it's not too late, I replied, but I thought, I just hope that the Black House does not fall apart. You don't think Max is too handsome, that he seems unreal, asks Sissy. You are right, Sissy, he is very attractive and handsome, and from what I saw from my father's reaction, his noble House Dovahkiin is richer than noble House Lestrange. What I fear is that Bella is in love with him, and if she is, he will have a lot of competition when the young witches meet him, I replied, and thought, he is the man with whom I always dreamed of marrying and having a family. I think so too, but I'm happy for my sister, since she was never interested in boys, says Sissy, but there was a touch of envy in her words. Comment. 14 comments. Vote. Chapter 5, Uncovering the Deception of a Dirty Half-Blood. Chapter 5, Uncovering the Deception of a Dirty Half-Blood. At 12 Grimmauld Place. Cygnus Black's POV. Today was a bad day. Ever since I learned of a vile deception, and not just because we were about to join the cause of that dirty half-breed, it's just that the half-breed was too shameless. Fortunately, I was able to mitigate with my sister Walburga and my brother-in-law Orion, so that he did not join the cause of that dirty mestizo, and we delayed the moment of joining the cause. Drula and I run to my uncle Archerus's room, since we need his help. And why go to him? Well, that's simple. That's because the Lord of House Black and all decisions of House Black should always be consulted with him. We arrived at the door of my uncle's room and urgently knocked on the door. Who has the nerve to disturb me on my break? Says Archerus. I am Cygnus, your nephew. Sorry to bother you, Uncle Archerus, but I have something urgent to talk about, and it concerns the fate of House Black, I said urgently. Clearly this was an emergency. I run through the door with my wife Drula. She begins to tell him what Max told me, and I give the document with the information to my uncle. Archerus Black's POV. Processing the information I just heard, I had a moment of clarity and remembered, certainly. He remembered the name Tom Riddle from a few years ago, when a certain mudblood who was in the noble house of Slytherin was mentioned, and it was a big stain for the noble house of Slytherin. However, as he was an apprentice to Albus, no one dared to be anything to him for fear of offending Albus Dumbledore, and now I cannot understand why Albus passed him off as a muggle-born. Certainly, Merlin is blessing us with this information, and the young Dovahkiin heir has certainly given us a miracle, nor did I remember that dirty half-breed. I think Abraxas Malfoy got to know him very well. I say and think, Max later to consult with a family of fortune-tellers and see the fate of the noble House Black. How can creature serve Master Archerus? House Elf creature asks in a servility manner. Summon the members of the noble and ancestral House of Black, except my grandsons and the daughters of Cygnus, I say with a tone of authority, and think, I think that in this meeting I must use legilimency and see what the members of my house think, just to be sure. This will be done, Master Archerus, says House Elf creature. House Elf disappears and quickly brings the members of House Black. I observe, to my wife Melania, my son Orion and my daughter-in-law Walburga, my daughter Luretia and lastly my nephew Alphard, all seemed confused by the sudden invocation. Master, I have brought the members of the family, says House Elf Creature. Well done, Creature. Good job. Leave for now, says Archerus. The house elf disappears and I begin to tell my relatives what we had discovered about the dirty half-breed who tried to deceive us. I immediately saw the anger on their faces and couldn't blame them, since a dirty half-breed tricked us. This would be a blot on the history of the noble and ancestral House of Black. My daughter-in-law Wahlberger felt so angry that she had vein marks on her face, and then she calmed down. On probing her legitimately, I saw that she was thinking of, "Damn you half-blood, I curse you." Thanks to Merlin, my brother Cygnus convinced not to join yet and wait. And she said angrily that bloody half-blood. Wahlberger, I feel cheated off by that disgusting low-class half-blood. I even contributed some galleons to her cause. My nephew Alphard is an intelligent and very cunning man. He realized immediately that there was a hidden plot, of which no one in the room seemed to have noticed, and when probing him with legilimency I saw that he was thinking, certainly the members of my family, they are too much, distrustful, vengeful and dark, we almost get screwed for that. I think this is due to the reputation of House Black, which we have harvested over the years and almost paid the price, and I look into my eyes and he gave me his opinion of what he thought. It is certainly worrisome, but none of you noticed the pattern, and it is that Albus Dumbledore trained a Dark Lord. Something is plotting that old man, and surely he has a hidden agenda. It is impossible that he does not know the nature of that mestizo, being a great legiremancy teacher, and I think this was planned by him. My wife Melania agreed with Alphard, and when probing her with legilimency I saw that it was thought that old Albus was not up to anything good for the British wizarding community and wanted to drag House Black. Something tells me that they saved us from extinction by fault of young Max, says calmly. I agree with you, Alphard. Albus is plotting a second war, and this time his objective is obvious. It is to entangle us purebloods in this war and eliminate us from the landscape of influential families. Father, I feel that things could be more complicated, says Orion. When probing him with legilimency I saw that he was thinking, certainly something macabre is cooking that old Albus with his apprentice. I agree with you, Orion. The question is, what should we do? We cannot disclose this information as it is vitally important to us, and we also don't know who to trust. We don't know how many followers it has so far and how many houses. Nobles have joined the cause of the mestizo, says Cygnus. You're right, Cygnus. We have to be cautious. This half-breed has been conspiring for quite some time and almost dragged us into his trap. I know the Lestrange have already joined his cause and apparently give him a snake-shaped mark, Wahlberger says, and continues, now I believe that it is a slave mark so that they do not betray him, and because of this I believe that now the noble House Black owes a favor to the young Dovahkiin heir. I think a marriage with one of the daughters of House Black would be appropriate, and that will strengthen our ties with him, says Drula while looking at the members of House Black, and then continues saying, I know that outside the country he is known and respected, and nicknamed Max the Dragon Tyrant. His reputation consists of mutilating, torturing and killing every criminal he captures. However, I have heard that he only seeks and accepts bounties for over 50,000 galleons. He is also the current world dueling champion for 3 years in a row, and his dueling skills are unmatched. The scariest thing is that he always wins with a couple of spells. Certainly I knew his grandfather Maximus, and he was a man of honor and very powerful in his time. His father Xavier was a well-known potions master and very respectable healer in the Healers Guild, I say as I look at the faces of the members of my family, and continued, I think Drula is right, we should take advantage of the fact that no one knows him and make a marital bond between the young Dovahkiin heir and the Black House. to have him close or be on his side in the war that is to come? And which of your daughters do you think would be the right ruler? I think she likes my daughter Bellatrix, although by her eyes she is interested in my 3 daughters equally, says Drusilla, and when probing her with legilimency I saw that she was thinking, if I can make him take my 3 daughters as her wives and so can do my job as a mother, to get my 3 daughters a good husband. Certainly, I think so too. It was she who invited him to the Black Mansion and gave us this opportunity, says Cygnus, as he realizes that he left the man alone with his daughters, because he was very anguished and worried, that he ran out of the rushed mansion with his wife. By Merlin's beard. How can Anna help you, Master Cygnus? Says the house elf Anna. What's going on at Black Mansion? Has young Max left yet? Cygnus says, demanding an answer. The poor house elf Anna, a little confused, replies young Miss Dora, offered the Dragon Master the guest room, and it was because she thought that Master Cygnus would like to talk to the Dragon Master. Currently he fell asleep in bed. I could see that he looked very tired and exhausted. That's my daughter, always on the lookout for details, says Drusilla, proud of her daughter Dora, for being so sensible. Dragon Master, while I think. Alphard, and asked the house elf. Wait a minute, Anna, did you say Master Dragon? Anna with study answers, yes Master Alphard. Anna said Master Dragon. It is the name that is given to those beings, who speak the ancient and venerable language of dragons. By Merlin's beard, says Alphard. By Merlin's beard I say. By Merlin's beard, says Cygnus. By Merlin's beard, says Drusilla. By Merlin's beard, says Melania. By Merlin's beard, says Walburga. By Merlin's beard, says Luretia. Everyone in the room stood with our eyes wide open, trying to process the information that fortunately we had just heard, and for more than 30 minutes no one said anything. Since the only wizard known and recorded in history for speaking the ancient language of dragons was Merlin, now there was a young man who speaks the language. I think we should conclude this meeting. Now I must give orders and then check with a family of seers to see the fate of the noble and ancestral house of Black. Drusilla, I want you to prepare and convince your daughter Bellatrix to accept this marriage. Pausing to observe her family and continue, we owe a debt of gratitude to the Dovahkiin heir. We must make the most of our bond with him, and we must be honest with him at all times. I say seriously and continuously, if there is something that the noble house Dovahkiin gives themselves, it is that they do not like to be used and tractioned, since it is a serious offense for the noble house Dovahkiin. Night. The family will have dinner at the Black Mansion. Melania and Walburga will be in charge of dinner. Do you understand? I say, asking. Drusilla, Melania and Walburga answer yes. Comment. 19 comments. Vote. Chapter 6, Chapter 6, Bellatrix's Happiness. Chapter 6, Bellatrix's Happiness. Black Mansion. In a Victorian bedroom, well decorated in black, red, and gold, young Bellatrix slept on a bed. Because she had been crying for a while and fell asleep, when she wakes up she realizes that she fell asleep, quickly casts a time spell. She realized that it was after 3 in the afternoon. Feeling sad and a little irritated, she thinks, Dora is a fool and an idiot, because of her. Now my Max had a bad impression of her, and wait, my Max, I certainly like the sound of the name. Without realizing it, someone was knocking on her bedroom door. Open the door, Bellatrix, for me, asks Drusilla strictly. No. I want to be alone, mother, says Bella. Without saying anything else, Drusilla casts an Alohomora spell on the door and the door opens. Drusilla walks by and realizes that her daughter has been crying, and I can understand why. Since she came home and her daughter Dora told her, with a smile she approaches the bed and sits on the side. Daughter, I know you are not going to like it, but the Lord of House Black has decided who will be your husband, says Drella firmly, and can see that the sheets on the bed began to twist. Paying attention, he could hear her crying in silence. With a sigh, Drella says, when we agree to your marriage in the meeting with your future husband, you will be known as Bellatrix Dovahkiin in Knee Black. Do you have anything to say about this arrangement, dear daughter? Who wants to marry that idiot Lestrange? I'll never do it, and the one I like is Max. Bella says in an annoyed and rebellious tone. Daughter, I think you are confused. Your husband will not be a Lestrange, says Drella with a playful smile. So who was the idiot they picked? Bella says, annoyed. Drella with a smile says patiently, I will repeat it so that you understand. When we accept your marriage to your future husband, and you will be known as Bellatrix Dovahkiin in Knee Black. Congratulations, daughter. Bella seemed to have said something amazing to her, so she had to ask mother. Are you sure Max will be my husband? Please tell me, mother. Drella closes her eyes without looking at her daughter and says in a doubtful tone, it all depends if Max accepts, and with your consent, Lord Black will offer you to him to pay off the debt of gratitude. Because currently the Black House owes him a debt, and the way to pay off a debt of family gratitude is with a marital union. But if you don't agree, I'll go ask Dora. Bella, concerned, is quick to say what? No, no, no. Don't go ask Dora. I agree to be Max's wife. Drella laughs and says, he. So you were crying, because Max heard that you possibly had a fiancé, and now it's official, you are the fiancé of the Dovahkiin heir, he. Mother, don't make fun of your daughter, Bella says, pouting and pretending to be in a bad mood, knowing that her mother is making fun of her. But she couldn't help but think that this decision of Lord Black, her destiny would change forever. But she was more than happy with this decision, knowing that she would marry her Maximum. Dear daughter, do you have any idea why young Max is the heir and not the lord of his noble house? From what I understand, he is the last descendant of his noble house, asks Drella. I think it's because I should go to Gringotts Bank and speak to the account manager of Noble House Dovahkiin, so that Max receives his new titles, Bella responds with a very happy humor. When Drella sees her daughter's mood, she decides to joke with her a bit and says, daughter, you are a lucky girl, you know, with such luck, that it is enviable, and the reason is that your dear mother proposed the idea to marry Maximum. You know, you should thank your mother for this opportunity. Bella laughs at how lucky she is, he. If I'm lucky. He. What, seriously, mother, you did it for me. You are the best mother in the world. I love you, mother. Mother and daughter talked for over 2 hours about things. They got close enough. Her mother advised her to wear a beautiful dress to impress her future husband. Bella took her advice and they spent the rest of the afternoon trying on dresses. The little house elf Anna interrupts, and with a lamenting tone she expresses, Master Drella, there is an hour left for dinner. Anna, I can avoid noticing that the Dragon Master is still asleep. Anna tried to enter. But there is a powerful barrier there. That prevents Anna from entering. Anna has tried everything. But Anna cannot pass. What, my Max is here at the mansion? He, I'm going to wake him up, mother. She says, beautiful, while running. Drella, seeing her daughter with a mocking smile, says, don't forget to kiss him when you wake him up, because men really like that show of affection. Mother, stop making fun of your daughter. Bella pouts as she runs out of the room and heads to the guest room. Max's point of view. I woke up almost around 6:30 p.m., saw a large mirror and undressed. I stood in front of it. When admiring my new body, I was certainly on top with this body, and what I noticed, is that I had a golden dragon tattoo on my back, meticulously carved with ancient runes to maximize my magic among other things. I searched my memories and it was I who tattooed him with a very powerful and very painful ritual. Suddenly the door opens and slams shut. I can see Bella come into the room running to the bed and then jump on the bed. The funny thing is that he realizes that I'm not in bed and starts looking for me in the room and immediately looks at me with surprised eyes. But when I looked into her eyes, I saw how her gaze turned into one of lust and traveled every inch of my body. That I was quite surprised, and I can say that the attractiveness of my body was at the highest. Not even in the Witch's Heart magazine, I could look for a model that could compare to my good looks. With bad thoughts, I said to myself, that this might be an opportunity to flirt with Bella, and I put on my best smiling face and walked to the bed. My, look what we have here, a beautiful intruder. I say in a playful and seductive tone. What are you talking about, husband? I'm not a beautiful intruder. I'm your wife, Bella says with a confident but playful tone. His comment brought me quite a refreshing joy, and I think, if what he said was true, then it would be something like the debt of gratitude between the noble houses, and that is something that can only be paid by making a union between the two noble houses. Magical traditions are sometimes quite stupid, but sometimes very useful. With a mischievous and playful smile he approached me. To my cute intruder, I said, how strange. I could swear that in the morning I was a very single man. At what point did I get such a beautiful wife? Bella, with a knowing smile and a little flushed, says to me, well, you know they say it, when you are a very attractive man, you are single in the morning and by afternoon you are already married. You just made it up, my beautiful wife. I'm going to have to punish you for being a very naughty girl. I say in a mischievous and seductive tone. Bella smiles at my comment and says, you won't be able to punish this naughty girl. Because you have to attend a dinner with the members of House Black. How sad, I wanted to give you a great punishment. Well, now you can retire, to be able to put clothes on. Unless you want to observe the incredible body of your husband. I say in a cheeky and proud tone. Bella looks at me with a smile and says, no, I'm not leaving this bedroom without you, dear husband, so get dressed, and it's not like you have something to hide from me that I haven't seen already, What a cheeky wife, I'm going to have to make time and to punish you properly, I whisper in a seductive tone in her ear. To my comment Bella seemed very happy. I walked to a place where I had left my clothes and looked for my trunk in the jacket pocket. I quickly apply magic to it and it enlarges. I open the lid of my trunk and look for a suitable outfit for a noble dinner. I found a dress magician's robe, black with blue, with decorations in pure silver threads, with buttons in sapphire, and had to say it was a very luxurious robe. I put on the robe. I also cast some spells to comb my hair, remove facial beard from my face, I whiten my teeth with magic, and I also cast other spells of beauties that I create to look handsome. The former host of my body was a vain and very proud man, so I inherited his trait and personality. Looking at myself in the mirror, I think with vanity, as I supposed, I look impressed. I also realized that my dear wife Bella was almost behind me, and I had a shameless idea. I turned around and quickly embraced her in my arms, pulling her to my chest. With my right hand I quickly reach for her chin and lift her up. She was looking at me confused, but before she realizes what is happening, I steal a kiss from her and I quickly immersed myself in the emotion of kissing her. Her lips are very creamy and addictive. I did not want to stop. After a continuous couple of minutes, I kept kissing her and never letting go of her, but it made me more ambitious. As they say in the world of Harry Potter, I let out the Slytherin inside me. and I went for her tongue that had a cherry flavor. With one hand she touched her bust and with the other she touched her rear. Let me tell you, I had a firm butt and I started massaging them. I could hear little moans here and there. Just as I was going to undress her as a gift package, the door opened and from the magical signature, I think it's Sissy, Bella's younger sister. Sissy in an embarrassed tone and coughs to interrupt and says cough, 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 excuse me. But they are waiting for you in the meeting room. Comment. 10 comments. Vote. Chapter 7, Chapter 7, Paying a Debt of Gratitude Between Noble Houses. Chapter 7, Paying a Debt of Gratitude Between Noble Houses. Point of view of Maximum. Being interrupted by Sissy, I stop kissing Bella slowly and see her beautiful face yearning for more, and I chuckled, and gave her a loving kiss, but fast. Hey, stop there waiting, says Sissy, clearly embarrassed by the show of affection. I reluctantly separate from Bella, help her to sit on a chair. As she seemed to feel dizzy and sitting her down, I look into her brown eyes and tell her with a cheeky smile. I told you that I would punish you for being a very naughty girl, and I dare say that you liked the way I punished you, right, dear wife? I say seductively and searched for an answer. Bella nods her head. She was still in a shy state and gave her another quick kiss, and I pulled away from her. I fix my appearance with a couple of spells and walk to the door, only to see a very blushing Sissy. I chuckled and said something that left her surprised, since it seemed that she did not know yet. Sister-in-law, I let you take care of my wife Bellatrix. With constant steps I walk the door like that, and I couldn't help but turn around saying to Bella, by the way Bella, you taste delicious. Hee hee. With a laugh I leave the room, leaving behind a very blushing and shy beauty, and a Sissy wanting to find out everything that happened in the bedroom. As I leave the bedroom I see the little house elf Anna, waiting for me. The house elf Anna, says Master Dragon. At last he leaves the bedroom. Anna wanted to wake him up. Anna tried everything. But there was a powerful barrier and Anna couldn't enter. I interrupt her, because these little beings are unfortunate, and besides, I didn't want to ruin my good mood listening to their laments. It's fine, little Anna, now take me to the place where they are waiting for me, I say with a tone of authority, so that the little elf he will take me to meet with Lord Black and the members of the noble and ancestral House of Black. Anna will take him, Master Dragon, says House Elf. We started walking to what I suppose was the meeting room of the Black Mansion, and upon arrival I see a large Victorian room with little luxury here and there. But in my opinion of someone who remembers some things from the modern era, the decor was average for a noble family, and I keep my opinion to myself. In the room several people were already waiting for me, and I even saw 2 small children. I think they are Sirius and Regulus, and next to them a stern-looking woman, who should be their mother Wahlberger. In the middle of the room, an old man who had an aura of authority around him, and sitting on what I presume is the House of Black throne, but in my opinion it looked like a nicely decorated chair. I introduce myself before giving him a chance to show off. I step forward with an elegant bow and say, greetings members of the noble and ancestral House of Black. I am the Dovahkiin, heir to the prestigious and reserved pure-blood family, the noble and ancestral house of the Dovahkiin. I am allowed to introduce my distinguished and humble name is Maximilian Stephen Dovahkiin. It is an honor to meet you on such a magnificent night. The members of House Black fell silent, witnessing one of the most noble and elegant presentations they had ever seen. They had seen many heirs present themselves, but never in such a magnificent and prestigious way. That made it clear that young man in front of them was knowledgeable about the ancient customs and traditions of the nobles, which is only passed by word of mouth among the oldest houses. Archerus was very excited by this presentation. He goes ahead and says, "Hello, Dovahkiin. You are in the presence of Lord Black of the noble and ancestral House of Black. My distinguished name is Archerus Black and I formally welcome you to the Black Mansion. I bow in courtesy and token of appreciation, Grace Lord Black. I hope you have been able to rest from your trip," says Archerus. When probing him with legilimency, I saw that he was thinking, this young man is a good seed, surely that old bat of Maximo trained him properly, and while the descendants of my house, never they want to learn the old labels, what an injustice there in the world. If I have had a good nap, the truth is that I do not usually get tired, but I get tired of all the immigration procedures of the ministry. I have never seen so much paperwork, I say jokingly. Certainly, those fools from the ministry only know how to solve everything through paperwork, ha ha ha, Archerus says, but with a serious tone he says, Dovahkiin, I ask your permission to be honest with you and explain, what is this meeting for? I agree to hear your explanation, Lord Black, says Max in a polite and elegant way. Archerus seemed a bit nervous. He was clearly intimidated by my serious way of expressing myself and my graceful gestures, and said, "We meet here today, young Dovahkiin, because my noble house Black owes you a debt of gratitude and for having provided us with this one vital information, which changed the destiny of the noble and ancestral House of Black," says Archerus. But when probing him with legilimency, I saw that he was thinking, "I already confirmed it with the prestigious House of Seers, and the Black House has changed its destiny, even though the price in galleons was high to confirm it. I do not regret it." I nod and say, "I understand, Lord Black, please continue." "Since we owe you a debt of family gratitude between noble houses, and what better way to pay it than by abiding the noble and ancient tradition of uniting our two noble houses? We hope to unite in marriage one of the daughters of the Black House with you, Dovahkiin. We hope that with this union we can pay our debt to you and at the same time establish a connection between the two noble houses," says Archerus seriously. With a smile he agreed, but he must clarify something, so that there are no misunderstandings in the future. "I can accept this debt of gratitude, but my father, in an agreement with one of the friends of the family, took a marriage contract on my behalf," I say, but continues, "as my noble house is almost extinct after the war with Grindelwald, my grandfather agreed with my father that his grandson have 2 or 3 wives, and in the hope of reviving the noble and ancestral house of the Dovahkiin. If he agrees with this term, I can accept the daughter of House Black as my second fiancée and wife." In this world, there was no law that prohibited polygamy because in the magical community and it was normal, but noble families rarely practiced it. Unless their noble house was almost extinct, it would not take 2 or 3 wives. Also note that Sissy and Bella were eavesdropping in the hall. I looked at Archerus and he was looking at me, but I already knew what his answer would be. Archerus earnestly draws his wand and says, "We House Black accept your terms, young Dovahkiin, so be it." In response, Max marries his wand and says, "I, Maximilian Stephen Dovahkiin, Dovahkiin, heir of the noble and ancestral house of the Dovahkiin, accept the daughter of House Black as my second fiancée and wife, so be it." When promising with magic as a witness, I noticed a Bellatrix jumping in the hall with her sister Sissy. With a smile, "I will judge a little joke, he he." I say with a smile, "So which of the 2 unmarried Black sisters will be my fiancée, since I have been told that Miss Bellatrix is already in an agreement to be Rodolphus Lestrange's fiancée?" I immediately notice Bellatrix very angry and sad. Wahlberger quickly says, "No, young Dovahkiin, your fiancée will be Bellatrix because she is the eldest, and as for House Lestrange, we will no longer make any commitments or agreements with that house in the future." Drula realizes that her daughter was in the hall and smiles with a knowing smile. "My daughter Bella can be a bit selfish, spoiled, mischievous and very ill-tempered, but I hope you accept her, Maximum." The men in the room were somewhat puzzled, but the women had already realized that a young Bella was eavesdropping. That's how Max is, although she is not the best, but you must accept her out of sympathy and take care of her since we fear that she will remain single, says Lucretia in a complicity tone. My beautiful sister is very crying. She always locks herself in her room to cry, and you must be careful that she does not lock herself in a room to cry to death, says Dora with complicity and a touch of malice. Bellatrix, who could not stand so much defamation and harassment from the women present, says, "Hey, you have to accept me as your wife. You already kissed me and you cannot take it back." The men finally realized what was happening. They laughed out loud, along with the women. The young Bellatrix realized that they were making fun of her all the time. Sulkingly she was adorably stomping on the floor with her arms crossed between his chest, pouting. Comment. 6 comments. Vote. Chapter 8. Chapter 8 Plans for the Future and an Unexpected Moment. Chapter 8 Plans for the Future and an Unexpected Moment. After I had introduced myself to the members of House Black and accepted a second wife, we began to talk and joke. I think they like me. Young Sirius was a born joker and his brother Regulus followed him in his jokes. Madame Melania was a very educated woman, who could say that her youth tore many hearts to hunt with Archerus, and I couldn't help but comment on it, which earned me a couple of smile and a juicy history of all the battles she had to face Archerus, in order to marry her, as there were many interested men. Then I met Lucretia, the youngest daughter of Archerus. She was a very respected healer in the guild, and it seems that she was married to someone, but the members of House Black did not like her husband and I did not want to find out at the moment. But I'll find out in the future. Orion was, so to speak, a businessman and focused on the Black House business in the country. He had great magic power, but it seemed that he did not use it much. Walburga was a strict woman, but if you could see beyond that, she was a woman who lived by family and tradition. Honestly, she was also the one who expresses the most hatred for Voldemort. Alphard was a cunning man and very smart, to be honest. I don't know how he was killed in Voldemort's war from the Harry Potter movie. Speaking with Alphard, I realized that we had many things in common, as we openly valued intelligence and we also had a hobby of being grief maniacs. Also, talking to Archerus told me a couple of stories about my grandfather. We laughed for a while, then they invited me to a room that they used to talk about serious things. Walburga left with Sirius and Regulus. "First of all, what we will talk about cannot leave this room, as we don't know who to trust right now," says Archerus seriously. It seemed like he was speaking or warning the Black Sisters, but he was also warning others not to trust anyone outside of the family. "I understand your concern. The truth, my grandfather once told me that Albus was a name without honor, since he broke his promise in the presence of magic to face Grindelwald, in search of fame and glory, saying that he would have liked to intervene before so that there were not so many deaths. My grandfather did not believe it, so he investigated a little before the man became untouchable. He found many curious things, I say, while looking at the people in the room. The first thing that grandfather discovered in Grindelwald was Albus's lover. The people in the room were a bit dubious, but now they understood why a man of Albus' status never got engaged to a woman. Seeing people doubted, continue to explain my grandfather's research. My grandfather's second discovery was that Gellert and Albus made a magical promise not to hurt each other and to love each other unconditionally. With legilimency I saw that Alphard was thinking, by making this kind of promise Albus took Gellert off guard and defeated him, taking all the fame and glory, having defeated a powerful Dark Lord. Seeing that everyone was incredulous, with a smile I continued, third discovery, it is the one that my grandfather found the most strange, because it was Albus who urged Gellert to the magical war with the world, with the excuse of taking revenge for what happened to his sister and to make the world a better place. Now it was Arcturus who was incredulous, and when I probed him with legilimency I saw that it was thought, now everything with rope, but this is strange as nobody saw it coming. With a smile I continued telling them, knowing that with this information I would gain the trust of the Black's fourth discovery. It is what my grandfather called brilliant and sinister, since Albus gave an excuse here and there, not to intervene in the war, sitting comfortably while the magical population decreased. This discovery led my grandfather to a terrible conclusion, and it was that Albus wanted powerful wizards to die in war, to pave his way to the top without getting in the way. He also found other things, but not they are so alarming. The room was silent. No one would have believed that the Lord of Light was the greatest Dark Lord of the time. I know some of you have questions and it's hard to believe my words, but this is the truth I say and continue saying. My grandfather told me that at first there were criticisms, but then those criticisms turned into praise, and my grandfather even manipulated a man with a mental magic to criticize him. I paused to take a sip of water and continue saying, but that same night of that same day, said person had a visit from Albus with his phoenix, and where he threw a powerful legilimency. My grandfather, knowing that he could not trust anyone, secluded himself and left the noble houses, observing from afar I say, and with an icy rage and coldness. And it was not a coincidence that my family was attacked by Albus' puppet. My grandfather simply took his guard down and paid the price with his life, along with the members of House Dovahkiin. As they listened to me speak, they became more and more pale, and I even saw some clenching their fists that force, others clenching their teeth in anger, and others were sad. Now I have plans to open a magical town or magical city protected by a powerful barrier, and where we will welcome the magicians of this silly war that is to come. I say, pausing to look them in the eye and continuing as an informant. Both sides are still recruiting. I believe that within 1 year or 2 years it will be attacked in guerrilla attacks, and by the year 1975 the war will intensify. I see that everyone was listening to me attentively, and I can even see the disbelief on their part. Now the first thing I learned from my travels in the Muggle world is that whoever controls the media controls public opinion and opinion outside the country. Clarifying this, I believe that buying the newspaper The Prophet is the most profitable option. I say, while I think public opinion was the greatest weapon of the Ministry in the Harry Potter movie, now I will use it to my advantage. Your idea is quite interesting. We certainly have a lot of prejudice towards Muggles, that nobody would learn anything from them, says Arcturus. Muggles are not that complicated, and really, they are very easy to control. I say, but explain with my experience in the Muggle world. When I was 15 years old, my grandfather established the Dovahkiin industrial empire in the Muggle world and put me in. I ran the company, while expanding it around the world. I hired several squibs on magical contracts and also recruited some Muggles with magical relatives under magical contracts, after taking over many industries. By then I set my eyes on the dark side of the Muggle world, and I established my domain in the underworld of the Muggle world. So my house, Dovahkiin, owns almost 60% of the world in light and 40% in darkness. The people in the room were puzzled, as he did not imagine that it was that easy to rule Muggle. Arcturus laughed. Ha ha, if Grindelwald and Dumbledore knew about this they would die of a heart attack. Ha ha ha. I think what happened with Grindelwald is that there was a lot of murder and fanaticism, plus Dumbledore watched him with an eagle eye. The poor Grindelwald never knew Dumbledore's intentions until the end. I say. Droola breaks the mood in the room with the intention of changing the subject. Well, now I can be calm. You are perfect for my daughter. Certainly young witches will fall in love when they meet you, young Max, says Melania. Hearing his comment made me laugh, but I earned a pinch from a jealous young Bellatrix. Everyone laughed at that. I think there is much to do, First we must discreetly contact the neutral families and establish the magic city in secret. Then find a way to get involved as little as possible with Albus, and by the end of the war, gradually prepare a way to discredit him. I say in a serious tone. Your plan is pretty good and we can always fix him more, says Alphard, clearly felt more confident with being around smart people. I would like to invite my friend Abraxas Malfoy this alliance. He would like to participate in the downfall of Albus, says Archerus, but I will only tell you a little information, since I do not know how your heir is involved in this matter. Sissy responds to tell her great-uncle Archerus what she discovered. Lucius has been in contact with the Half-Blood. He has donated many galleons to his cause, and since he did not finish school, he has not joined. But he was already brainwashed with the cause of the Mestizo and was quite involved with the propaganda of blood supremacy. I think I must warn Abraxas before a misfortune happens, says Archerus with a regrettable tone. Certainly, young Malfoy should be spoken to in the presence of his father, so that he can straighten him on the right path, I say, but I also said seriously, but if he cannot correct him, unfortunately I will make sure to bring down his noble house. Certainly, I agree, I would be one less enemy, says Orion. Well, I think that is enough for today. Besides, I am somewhat married and it is better to rest since tomorrow will be another hard day for me. If you allow me, I am going to go to my room to sleep, since it is quite late and tomorrow, I must claim an inheritance, I say. I stand up and walk towards my room, but I noticed a young Bellatrix following me, and with a smile I kept walking. On the way to the room it was quite quiet. I open the door and enter, leaving the door open. I prepare to ambush my prey. Bellatrix goes through the door and I pounce on her, giving her a hug from behind, and I say in her ear sensually, "Did you come for more punishment from your husband?" Bellatrix with a mischievous smile, "If I came for more punishments from my husband, and what are you going to do about it?" I quickly kiss her and close the door, placing a protective barrier and also a silent barrier. I start to kiss her intensely. With my hands, little by little I begin to touch her body, hearing moans here and there. Without realizing it, I was in front of the bed. I quickly threw her on the bed and took off my tunic, leaving only my pants, showing him my muscles and abs. I watch Bella, who has her gaze fixed on my abs. "Do you like what you see, dear wife?" I tell him. With a smile and without giving her the opportunity to respond, I began to kiss her here and there, moving my restless hands gently over her body, and little by little I took off her clothes. Discreetly I began to kiss and lick her feminine parts. With a sensual whisper I say, "You like your husband to kiss you and touch you, right, Bellatrix?" Bella didn't answer me, her eyes were hazy, and so I kissed her more intensely. Little by little the temperature of the room rose. You could hear small sensual and exciting moans. And the night was young, it promised desire and surrender. To be continue. Comment. 13 comments. Vote. Chapter 9. Chapter 9, The Great Wizarding Gringotts Bank. Chapter 9, The Great Wizarding Gringotts Bank. Point of view of a young reporter. Today, the 8th of April, 1969, was my 4th week of intern work at the newspaper The Prophet, and I was in Diagon Alley, looking for a story that would lead me to fame. I had heard rumors of a certain Lord Voldemort who calls himself Dark Lord, but I knew that I could not write about that, and today my reporter sense was screaming that there was incredible news waiting for me, so I transformed into my animagus form. Wait for my victim to arrive. I observe that the Floo-net fireplace flickers in flames, and that means the person you come is very powerful, or several people come at the same time. In green flames came a man with a white magician's robe adorned with gold and silver accessories. His sense of fashion was very extravagant, but he had his charm and elegance: golden hair, golden eyes like the purest gold, skin healthy white and a great body on top that makes him look like other average men. He looked around as if searching for enemies in the area. On a separate note, he looked very sexy, and then he started walking towards the Gringotts, so I followed him carefully. But I felt that I had met him, but did not remember where I had seen, and what does it matter, this reporter knows many people. Max's point of view. When I arrived at Diagon Alley, it was what a stagnant place in the past awaited me, and I looked around because I felt that they were watching me, but I did not notice anything. I walked to the Gringotts, and almost at the doors I noticed 2 goblin guards. Greetings in the language of the goblins. Greetings, friends. May the blood of your enemies flow in rivers of blood, and gold flow in abundance to your vaults. The 2 goblins look at me in surprise, because I speak their language, and I also greeted them according to their tradition and customs, but I put my personal touch when saying it, since it is useful to be a philosopher teacher, if you cannot use it. One goblin answered me, greetings, magician. May the bodies of your enemies fall under the edge of your sword, and may there never be a lack of gold in your vaults. It seems that it was new, because they did not recognize the emblem of my noble house Dovahkiin, and I walked past the entrance, without stopping to see the sign. Walking over to the main cashier manager, I realized I knew him from my body memories and waited patiently in line. There were many people at Gringotts today. Then it was my turn. With a smile I say aloud, but in the language of the goblins, Ragnarok, my friend, who is eating these days that you are so fat, and how is your wife? May the blood of your enemies flow in rivers of blood, and the gold flow in abundance towards your vaults. Ragnarok looked at me puzzled, since he had not seen me in about 4 years, but he quickly recognized me. When probing him with legilimency, I saw that he was thinking, the shameless bastard has returned and I must hide my money from him. Ragnarok, and with a sinister smile says to me, you have a lot of courage to return, after you cheat me 100,000 G, you bastard. That the bodies of let your enemies fall under the edge of your sword, and may there never be a lack of gold in your vaults. I watched Ragnarok, half angry and half happy. Come on, man, it was only 100,000 G. Also I sent you a letter so that you could get double it in investments, and surely you did. Ragnarok observes that there are people behind me who were puzzled, wondering who the mad wizard was who spoke the language of the goblins. Ragnarok speaks in common language, and just for that, I don't hold a grudge against you. And what can I do for you, Max the Dragon Tyrant? Surely you didn't come to greet me. I laughed out loud and said I came to speak with the account manager of my Casa Noble, and if you have time we can have a fight. That way I help you lose a couple of kilos, and then we honor our ancestors, with the best liquor than the money can buy, and whoever loses pays. When probing him with legitimacy, I saw that he was thinking, this bastard has not changed anything, he already wants to rip me off money and liquor. Ragnarok with a laugh and a smile tells me, ha ha, you will not cheat me another galleon, bastard, and also who in his sane mind would fight you? I'd have to spend more galleons on healers after fighting you, and they aren't cheap. He, always with the theme of galleons and gold, that's why wizards don't like goblins, but they are loyal friends for life. But only if you manage to earn their respect. I laugh at his comment. Oh, the great Ragnarok 7, he's afraid of a fight. Now my eyes have seen everything, and I remember that years ago you always looked for me to beat you up, and even thanks to me, you met your beautiful wife from so many healing sessions and cures. When probing them with legilimency, I saw that he was thinking of, this bastard, better get him out of line quickly or my reputation will fall through the ground because of him. Ragnarok tells another goblin, Yorog, go and take Tyrant Dragon to Gornuk's office. Ragnarok looked into my eyes and said, putting the jokes aside, my friend, it's good to see you, and if you have time come by my house, my wife will cook you a couple of dishes that will leave you with your mouth open. He got up and stretched his hand to grab my forearm, and I took his, This is the salute of honor in the Goblin Nation, which means eternal friendship. Ha ha, now I realize why you are so fat, with a beautiful wife who cooks delicious culinary dishes for you, and you must be the envy of your colleagues, I tell him with a knowing smile. Ha ha, you're certainly right, and all these ungrateful bastards, they envy me at lunch, my friend, ha ha ha, says Ragnok. Many goblins laughed at his comment, and so did I. While in the crowd, he had never seen any goblin laugh and was always very serious and strict in his work. Well, my friend, I hope to see you again. May your enemies pile up on mountains of corpses and gold always pile up on huge mountains, and may prosperity come to your progeny and your descendants. I tell him in a firm and deep tone. Ragnok is made to cry hearing my blessing. Many goblins attended my farewell and blessing, to which Ragnok responded with emotion, it is an honor to be your friend, great tyrant. May you never find enemies in the world that you cannot defeat, and may eternal wealth be yours, my friend. With a simultaneous smile we both hit each other twice on the chest. We said at the same time, so be it for eternity. One couple of screams from a few excited goblins. I followed the young goblin Rog to my account manager's office, and upon entering I see an old goblin was a great friend of my grandfather. I greeted him. Greetings, Grandfather Gornuk. May the blood of your enemies flow in rivers of blood, and may the gold flow in abundance to your vaults. I say, excited. With a smile, he saw me as if he was looking at a grandson. Gornuk places his hand on his chin and says, I see you have not changed your way of adding something to our goblin salute. May the bodies of your enemies fall under the edge of your sword, and may there never be a lack of gold in your vaults. You know, Grandfather, you always have to go with time and adapt to changes, I say in a philosophical way. Gornuk with a laugh says, ha ha, you are right. Young tyrant, we are here today for you to accept the dragon's ring, and we have also already made all the requests you asked us, with a small cost in galleons, of course. He hands me the dragon ring, which was a small red dragon and gold and silver ornaments. I put it on my finger, and what happened was that the little dragon in the ring bit my finger, and it was automatically placed on my finger. I see the old goblin's smiling face and tell him, I also want you to build a great city, in the great Ridvia Valley of my family, and all the explanations are these papyri. I also want you to put these protections, I myself will activate it with my magic. I also want you to establish a small branch there. On the other hand, I give 20% to Gringotts of the profits we generate, and also to ask for the help of the goblins to manage it. Gornuk asks cautiously, and why is this unusual request? A war is coming, and I want to avoid the unnecessary loss of the magicians, I say with confidence and seriousness. Gornuk looks at me seriously and sighs. Explain to me why you think he is going to see a war, young tyrant. I start to explain everything to the old goblin. He certainly seemed concerned and alarmed by what I discovered. I hope you can return in 2 weeks. I want you to discuss your findings with the Goblin King and the Cornflowers of the Council. I can promise you that my old bones will be with you in your cause, says Gornuk. Thanks, Grandpa, I would like some time alone to review these documents, I say. The old goblin leaves the room without saying anything. But nevertheless, no one noticed that there was a little blue beetle listening to the whole conversation. Comment. 5 comments. Vote. Chapter 10, Big Investments and a Young Rita. Chapter 10, Big Investments and a Young Rita. The Gringotts Place. Point of view, Max. Well, here I am reviewing many overdue debts with the ministry, which accumulate about 90 million galleons, and no wonder the bastards want me to pay so urgently, that to be honest I would do everything possible to get paid. I also see an old loan of over 300 million galleons, which my grandfather had lent to the ministry after the Grindelwald War, and that means, the bastards from the ministry owe me galleons. If I play my cards right, this could be worth more than galleons, and there could even be favors, and there were also some debts from various noble houses owed to House Dovahkiin. Now I look at the investments of the noble House Dovahkiin. Many have gained many galleons and others not so much, and in others they have lost galleons, but it is within my calculations of the long-term investment. You just have to give some intrusions here and there, and I will surely win a lot. Now I set my eyes on properties, which buy all over the world, be it magical or muggle, and let me tell you that my family owns 13 islands, many castles and mansions, buildings and businesses. I also bought almost all of Diagon Alley and all the dirty Nocturne Alley stores. It will take a lot of money to remodel everything. I also came up with an idea to do a private school, ha ha ha. This would make old Albus lose a lot of gullible sheep, ha ha ha, just seeing his face would be great. Suddenly I felt a very weak presence, and I really realized that I had let my guard down. I realized that I am being watched since I arrived at Diagon Alley. Setting my alarms to maximum and simulated, I begin to scan the room with my magic, finding a small blue beetle on the back of my desk snooping my documents. I couldn't help but smile as I knew her from my childhood. You know, Rita, it's rude to snoop on your husband's documents, I tell her. The little beetle shuddered a lot. It was quite funny to see it shaking. Aren't you going to reveal yourself? I ask him with a serious look. When I probed her with legitimacy, I saw that she was thinking about, how did she realize and how she knows my name, Rita thought, and she transforms into a sexy blonde with green eyes and says, "Who are you? How do you know my name? I am not your wife. I have a fiancé that my father agreed to in a marital contract with his friend, and that I would marry his son Maximilian. True, she is my first fiancé, established by my late father, and not that I'm complaining, as Rita is quite sexy." With a smile I stood up from my chair and walked towards her, speaking. "How sad, I thought you remembered me. You always said that you would be a great journalist, and I never thought you would write about your husband's activities." A still puzzled Rita looked at me, and seeing her so puzzled, I asked her, "You don't remember me, do you? Let me ask you, what is your fiancé's name?" When probing her with legilimency, I saw that he was thinking of, "This man is very cheeky and apparently we know each other, but I don't remember him," Rita thought, and replied with a loving smile, "My fiancé is called Maximilian Stephen Dovahkiin." "Well, at least you know my name, and you've grown a lot, Rita. You look very pretty and sexy," says Max. But he thought, "Certainly, you look incredibly beautiful, and I'm already looking forward to conquering your body." When I probed her with legitimacy, I saw that she was thinking about, "That can't be, my dear boyfriend has already arrived in the country and I didn't know anything," Rita thought, and puzzled question, "Wait. Are you my boyfriend? But isn't your name Max?" She is quite clueless, when she wants to be, she thought, and said with a smile, "Max for friends, and now you want to explain to me what you are doing here. How much did you hear?" When I probed her with legitimacy, I saw that she was thinking, "Oh no. Now she has a bad impression of me. Rita, you must give everything and not disappoint your fiancé," Rita thought, and somewhat embarrassed says, "Listen, all honey, but do not worry, husband. I am not a fool, and besides I want to be your wife and I cannot ruin my husband. What are we going to eat if I do that? Most shameless girl, I will have to punish her, I think," and stand in front of Rita. I stretch my left hand towards her waist and bring her closer to me, and with my right hand take her chin so that she looks into my eyes. Doing that, I kiss her in the act. Then I drop her and walk to the desk where the documents were, sitting like a king, and I say mischievously, "Just for that, you deserve a kiss." When I probed her with legilimency, I saw that she was thinking, oh Bimelin, my boyfriend kissed me and I'm not fantasizing about it, he, what would my ex-roommates say? If they knew that I have a handsome and rich boyfriend they would surely die of envy, she thought Rita. She was very happy and says, Max, you became very attractive, you know, he. What can I say? I think I got very good nutrition, I say cheekily. You have to help me, husband, your wife wants to be a famous journalist, you know. Rita says, but with a sexy and seductive tone. She was clearly flirting with me. I can help you, but with a couple of conditions, says Maximum. Which husband? Rita says, already excited. Let the news be your husband. I want him to announce that the world dueling champion and famous bounty hunter has just arrived in the country. Max the Dragon Tyrant, the most powerful magician of the new generation, and of course you can put your personal touch on him and glorify me, but do not divulge anything that exposes us, I say. Rita jumps up and sits on my lap giving me a kiss and says, he, I will, my husband Max. Rita kisses me again and runs out of the room, clearly excited to have good news to write. Gornuk with a smile says, oh the youth these days, Max, I think you knew your childhood girlfriend. When I heard him I laughed, but with a half-serious smile I asked him, ha, could you get the calculations of the materials and labor that this magical city cost me? Grandpa Gornuk. Yes, young tyrant. Estimate that you will spend 2.5% of your personal vault, says Gornuk. I want it to be built in less than 6 months. I also want to build a gigantic stadium for Quidditch matches or duels, I tell him in a tone of order. Are you sure, boy? I don't see any benefit in this, Gornuk asks, but probing him with legilimency I saw that he was thinking of, certainly many galleons will go to waste. I don't see any benefit, much less any use for this waste of galleons. That's because you don't know anything, Grandpa Gornuk. I say in a mocking and sarcastic tone. Gornuk says in a curious tone, oh why don't you enlighten this old fool, oh great tyrant? With a smile as if I enlightened a disciple I say, you know that in the Muggle world there is a famous game called soccer. This game is very similar to Quidditch in the fanaticism of its fans, and what makes this industry earn a lot money is food, drink, clothes with the names of their favorite players, etc. Gornuk was clearly still in doubt and asked, I still don't understand, how does that relate to merchandise? Ha, this old man never imagined that there is such a way, and I imagine that in the future others will realize it. But I will be the owner of the industry for that moment. With a patient smile he explains, imagine it like this. You are the owner of a company that sells the merchandise that I mentioned, and you were able to establish your store right in front of the stadium, which by chance that same day an important game of Quidditch is played. After the game a cheerful crowd of dupes comes out, ready to spend all their money on all your merchandise, and now tell me, Grandpa Gornuk, you don't think it is an incredible way to make money without doing anything? When probing him with legilimency I saw that he was thinking of, oh for the gold Merlin, so there was such a way to earn easy money, Gornuk thought and said in a joking tone, oh mighty tyrant. In all my years of old age I had never heard of such a magnificent way to earn money, and the Gringotts will accompany you in this magical city of yours, little tyrant. Sometimes I feel that you are the goblin and I am the human. Certainly sometimes I think so too, however, I love being rich. There may be honesty in poverty and living honestly may be honest. But I feel that I can face 95% of my problems being rich and the other 5% left over. It can be solved using violence, I tell him with a smile. Since I thought that the world turns according to wealth, if you are poor then you work to survive with a couple of coins, and if you are very rich then you live a comfortable life. Ha, big words, and I also like to live in wealth, says Gornuk. Well, it's time for me to go to the ministry. I want to speak with Minister Eugenia Jenkins to pay my costs and get my loans back. I also want you to collect from the noble house that they owe to my noble house Dovahkiin, and the Gringotts will get 8% of what we raise and 2% to have a great retirement of old age, Grandfather Gornuk, I tell him with a smile. When probing him with legilimency, I saw that he was thinking about, how stupid are those guys from the ministry to want to mess with this young tyrant, Gornuk thought, and with a laugh he said, Jojo, what a generous young tyrant. Don't worry, we'll charge in the old style of the noble house Dovahkiin, and we will collect the galleons at high speed. With a smile he says, also, if you find a noble house that sells its properties or shares, buy everything under a second name and then transfer it to my noble house Dovahkiin, goblin style, ha ha ha. When probing him with legilimency, I saw that he was thinking about, the young tyrant has grown up, and if only old Maximus could see him, he would surely be proud, thought Gornuk, and with a laugh he replied, ha ha ha, of course, young tyrant. When I get up, I take the bills and documents to pay my debts, but with a smile I am going to give the ministry a bad day. Comment. 8 comments. Vote. Chapter 11, Chapter 11, The Great Tyrant Receives His Loans. Chapter 11, The Great Tyrant Receives His Loans. British Ministry of Magic. Office of the Minister of Magic. Point of view: Eugenia Jenkins, Minister of Magic since 1968. My name Eugenia Jenkins. I am the current Minister of Magic and the youngest in the history of magic. Today was another day at the office. I had worked hard to get where I am, and I have been a minister for 1 year, but what they don't tell you when you take the job is what kind of shit are you getting into. Because if you make a mistake between smiles, they tell you that you are not ready for work, ungrateful fools. Now I have problems with the pure-blood nobles, who do marching riots for the rights of the squib, and I also did not like some rumors that circulated of a Dark Lord, but especially the visits of the old Albus Dumbledore. Always telling me that another war is coming and that I should prepare, but there was something wrong with her story and I couldn't point out what it was. However, the nosy old man had great influence and had to listen to him, or at least pretend to listen to him. Now I have another problem, and that is that Lord Dovahkiin is here in the ministry paying his debts and taxes. If it sounds good that he pays his debts, but don't be fooled by that man, and according to what I could discover from Lord Dovahkiin, is that he is a very vengeful man, and for a small thing he will make you pay a high price. When Lord Dovahkiin first came to the country, he was unknown to everyone. So I had to find out about him, and found out that he seemed to have great friendship with the Goblin nation. Then find out through some bribes that Lord Dovahkiin is idolized as a god in the kingdom of the goblins and known as an invited warrior, magnificent accountant and businessman. According to my source of information, every business he has done is a gold mine and generating a large number of galleons. I also heard the little rumor that he is the richest man in the world, however, I have not been able to confirm. Now you wonder why I am so alarmed, and well, he is in the finance department paying his taxes and debt and other things. The problem is there, because Lord Dovahkiin is a man who if pressed will make you pay at a high cost, and those old idiots of the Wizangamo pressured him to pay. By the time Lord Dovahkiin makes his mess in the ministry, I'm sure I will be blamed for that and for not taking responsibility. My door slammed open and shut. It seems like it's an emergency. Raising my head, I look at the finance chief of the Ministry of Magic, with an expression of total panic and utter fear. Oh my Merlin, this is where my headache begins. I know from his face that Lord Dovahkiin has made his move and that he completely ruined the prepositions of the Ministry of Magic. I will have to pass this problem on to the Wizangamo, and to be honest, I want to see the faces of those foolish old men in despair. Because if there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that this man is going to ruin us all in the Ministry of Magic. Max's point of view. Current trial in the finance rooms. In the presence of the Wizangamo Council of Elders. I was standing on a podium, waiting for this debate or trial to start over my little loan application, and I had it all set up. I was going to make these old people cry tears of blood. Minister Eugenia says with seriousness and authority, we are here today to listen to Lord Dovahkiin's claim about the loan of galleons that the noble and ancestral house of Dovahkiin lent to the Ministry of Magic after the war with Grindelwald. A loan which should have been paid 12 years ago. Now almost 22 years have passed and no galleon has been paid to the Dovahkiin vault. Lord Dovahkiin has the floor. I sigh within myself and prepare to put on a magnificent performance, so dramatic that I would surely be awarded an award for my performance. Wizards and witches present, my noble and ancestral house of the Dovahkiin has suffered loss for more than 22 years. I say in a dramatic and continuous way. We wait for the payment of the galleons, but there was no response from the Ministry of Magic. I sigh and I prepare my next dramatization. Returned yesterday after completing my family's tradition of traveling the world for 3 years. But as I said, I just arrived in Britain yesterday, when suddenly I was told that they had to pay the debts of my Dovahkiin house, and out of a total sum of 96,785,468 galleons, it seemed strange to me as the ministry owed galleons to my Dovahkiin house. So I happily assumed the ministry had paid the galleons owed to me. But when I asked my account manager if the ministry had paid for the galleons, and I looked at myself as if I were crazy, since they said they have not paid anything yet. That is why I am here before you today to request that the debt be paid, I say with tears in my eyes. I was clearly immersed in my dramatization, and even I was surprised myself at how good my acting was, but then I remembered that I had the broken trick of instant mastery. So how much is the debt? Lord Bones asks. One of the elders bit the adze. It's time to bait and feed these fools with my dramatic story. In a deep and moving voice, to make it more shocking and dramatic, I say the loan that my grandfather Maximus Alexander Dovahkiin generously made to the Ministry of Magic in a time of crisis in 1948. Was for a sum of 331,212,345 of galleons, with an increase of 9% for each year until the term of 10 years, and that would be a sum of 784.100.0741 of galleons. From 1958 onwards it would increase 15% for each year, and the debt continued until this year, finalized in a total sum of 4,195,131,504 galleons. In this document it can be seen that it was signed in 1948, by the very Minister of Magic Wilhelmina Tuft, and who was in charge at that time. I can see the incredulous faces of the person in the room, but continue saying I would also like a 25% compensation for the loan delay, which would make a net sum of 5,243,914,380 galleons for the injustice that was forced my Dovahkiin house, and since even our warehouse of confidence was almost forced into poverty. Here are the documents from the vault of my noble house Dovahkiin, approved by the Ministry of Finance through the years, and my noble house Dovahkiin has suffered. I hope I can solve this today. The reporters were sweating cold, but they wrote like crazy, and the lords of the Wizangamo almost defecated in their pants. When looking at the minister, she had a face of delight, but she hid it quite well. Many people were dismayed that the ministry owed so much money, and they wanted to collect from the person they owed. I gave them time to digest the news, but I was saving my final thrust to ruin the ministry. Well, It's time to finish off these bastards and leave before he refuses to pay me. I think and say I'm going to go to the point, so as not to waste our precious time, and it is that under the laws of the Finance Ministry of Magic of the year 1840, clause number 377, where it is pointed out that a noble and ancestral house of pure blood in bankruptcy and can demand that the debt that said noble and ancestral house made when it was in favorable conditions be paid. To be able to get out of debts is now in tragic conditions. I say, I take strength for what I will say, and say I, Maximilian Stephen Dovakian, Lord of the noble and ancestral house of the Dovakian, I demand that the entirety of said debt be paid to me, and under the ancient laws of the magic as a witness, so be it. Thank you for your time, wizards and witches present, to testify my request, and have a great day. I walk with style to the door, but with a fast step, since I don't want him to make excuses for not paying, and on the way I find my old goblin smiling at me and waiting for me with a portkey in his hand. That he would send me to the Gringotts, I quickly took it and left behind a ruined ministry of magic fools. Ha ha ha. This was a well-planned victory by my grandfather Maximus. I have to admit the man was very smart and just had to follow his plans. Gradually open personal accounts at the Gringotts Bank, then open a secondary family winery where all the galleons of the noble house Dovakian will be deposited, and you must from time to time drop a couple of galleons here and there from time to time in the main cellar. Ka bomb. You set an epic trap, which ruins the ministry. Point of view of Eugenia Jenkins. 4 weeks after the dragon tyrant Dovakian came to the Ministry of Magic, and that's what we call him now around here at the Ministry, since everything went as I predicted. He completely ruined us under our own laws, made us eat shit, and when we realized he was gone, now we can do nothing but start paying him. The problem is, he threw us at the goblins as collectors and hid behind them to collect from us. They quickly took all the accounts of the Ministry of Magic. Looking up and down in the finance records of the ministry, they quickly saw where they could get the galleons to pay. They even discovered that various wizarding families and noble and ancestral house owed galleons to the ministry. They also discovered that even other ministries in various countries owed our ministry an astronomical amount of more than 15 billion.00 G. I never saw so much gold in my life. Now the positive part of this disaster is that the dragon tyrant Dovakian unintentionally put an end to the manifestations of the squibs right and ruined every pure blood, because it turns out that after 3 days of collections there was no money for more protests. The pure blood nobles went to work to live in their luxuries and had no time to waste in demonstrations. Now I believe that I will finish my term as minister and I will retire without any protest. Ha 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 ha. One peculiar thing that I noticed is that of the 28 noble and ancestral houses, 18 noble and ancestral houses came with representatives from the Gringotts. You may notice that 4 debts had been bought by the Gringotts and 14 debts came from the direction the dragon tyrants Dovakian, who surely bought the loans before this disaster. I felt like he was the only one who could do this, but shut this up for myself and why I don't want to become an enemy of the richest man in the world. Now you will wonder why I keep quiet. Well, that's simple, because the dragon tyrant Dovakian approached me and bought a certain amount of large land. He suggested that if it was in secret, because he told me that he was building a magical city for wizards and that muggles would never find it. Well, the minister's salary is not much, so I told him that I would keep it a secret if he could get me a mansion in the magical city, and he agreed. Furthermore, he told me that it will be extremely safe and will be guarded by dwarfs, goblins, and other magical creatures. If I play my cards right, maybe I'll work for Lord Dovakian in the future, of course after I quit my job as minister. Who didn't want to work for the richest man in the world? Comment. 6 comments. Vote. Chapter 12. Chapter 12 Summary of 6 months of hard work. Chapter 12 Summary of 6 months of hard work. Max's point of view. For 6 months nothing remarkable happened in the magical world, however, the magical city was already in the final stage and I have to say that the dwarfs are the best builders in the world and they even improved my model in certain areas. So with no other option I had to upgrade to an even more expensive and ambitious one. I would modestly say that it will be a little Babylon. Also with the knowledge of the library of the path of magic and instant mastery apply other things beyond the imagination of the magicians, which I will leave for the future. I also formalized my love relationship with Bella and Rita. I think they both like it when we do threesome sex and because they help each other. At first my wives didn't get along and I had some rivalry, but after having wild sex with me a couple of times, my wives started to see themselves as comrades in their fight to defeat the dragon tyrant and it's something that I really liked, haha. I also made them go through a white ritual of purification and physical enhancement. Let me tell you that my wives became more beautiful and powerful. Almost at the limit of the Great Witch rank, and if my calculations are correct, in 5 years, they will reach the meddlesome old man Albus in magic power. I also published 18 books on white rituals, which I gave the name of The Forgotten Magic of White Rituals, How to Live More Than 500 Years and Look Beautiful. Sure, there were some things that I saved for me and my children, but most were useless to me. So he decides to give the opportunity to improve other magicians and of course it was a total success. At first there was opposition, but when they saw that the white rituals only required runes and dates of specific days, everyone wanted to participate and of course why not live 500 years quietly only with white rituals, and this would also help with magical traditions and culture. I also published a published book called The Lost History of Wizards with records Morganas of Fey and Merlin, in which he explains that Muggles are relatives of wizards, of children of the first wizards and witches from which the first were born. Squib. Over time they reproduced and then forgot their magical roots, forming their own peoples and cultures. In addition, I also wrote the history of the first wizards and witches, which tells that a long time ago there was a war with a demon and in the end only 5 wizards and 5 witches were left alive, of which pairs were formed and reproduced around the planet. As they passed the generation of the first non-magical child was born, who was called Squib, and from there the term Squib was born. Little by little more and more Squib were born, but they continued to be united to the magical community as a master in potions or recorders of history. Time passed, the Squib were married among magicians to strengthen special abilities, since the Squib were born with a rare condition, which strengthened the magic of born magicians. However, the age golden of magic came to an end by foolish magicians, who made contracts of black or evil magic. The black magicians specifically searched for the Squib, because their blood was not contaminated by magic and they used them in dark rituals. But sometime a white magician named Cain protected for the Squib and hid them from the black magicians. Little by little time passed and a war between light magicians and black magicians began. From there the rivalry between dark magicians and light magicians was born. Forgotten by magicians, Squib hidden in special places formed societies, and by the time wizards discovered the Squib population, they had already forgotten the history of the Squib and renamed them the term Muggle, which is the term by which non-magicians are currently known. There was also more information, but it is for another time. I also published a book, which was loved and criticized at the same time, which I called Clash of Two Different Worlds and Naive Minds, which explained why wizards hate Muggle-born people, since they always wanted to impose their Muggle culture on culture and magical traditions, but they never understood that I was in another country called Magical World, which is run by its own rules and customs. This book was very supported by the purebloods, and they even agreed that it would be an educational topic in the wizarding community. I also published another book that was highly criticized, but I know it was a success, because nobody stopped buying and reading it, which I call House Elf Slaves, or Irreplaceable Members of a Magic House. It writes everything from the history of elves, their traditions, their history, their connection to magic, and also because they are slaves. I also made a potion for werewolves, which I called Werewolf Annihilator, and its effect is that the werewolves gain access to their animagus wolf transformation, and in doing so kill the werewolf transformation virus. To this achievement, I will just say that there were many new registrants in the animagus law department. I think Minerva was very happy to see the British animagus registry grow. I also went to the Dome for my magical masteries. I can say that I was shocking news in the magical community, since I took all the masteries and obtained maximum marks in all the magical branches. Now some call me Max the Great Teacher. I am also the first teacher in white rituals of magical history. Ha ha ha, that's how it is, lady and gentlemen. I will be remembered by future generations. I was also interviewed by my wife Rita, where she asked me if I could tell her something about my future research, which I said the following: in our magical community there is a problem with squibs, and I am pleased to announce that in about 8 years my investigation of a magic potion, which I will call Returning to the Origin of Magic, each squib will be an accomplished wizard or witch. I would also like to announce that I am preparing a future for our magical community in general. But it will be a surprise for the future. Also note that Puppet Boy, or Voldemort, was gathering his followers, but discreetly in the dark. I think that for the coming year he will act in his rise to power. The nosy old Albus wanted to talk to me, but honestly I don't have time for his old age stupid things. I think he wants to put me in his order of chickens in flaming. Now I will tell you, by a couple of house elves whom I call Lacus Servus and Pyram Servus, and I told them to work for noble house Dovahkiin until death, and their descendants too, and I gave them the surname Servus, which means servant in Latin. I was very happy, that's why, and I also settled in Ridvia Castle, which was the first thing that was built in the magical city. Bella and Rita moved to live with me in the castle. I spoiled them like princesses. I gave them several gifts to show my affection. We also spent a lot of time together having fun as a couple. I think we are developing many feelings and a very strong bond between us. Bella was focused on being a wife to accompany me in my battles and wants to earn several master's degrees. Rita, on the other hand, is concentrating on the political side and pursuing her career as a famous and successful reporter. One of the bad things about fame is that I received the title The Tyrant Prince that was awarded to me along with the best smile in the magical world, according to the Witch's Heart magazine. My dear Rita also jokingly filtered a photo of me, where my shirtless body was trained and showing my abs and muscles, and it was published in the famous Witch's Heart magazine. Let me tell you, it was not funny at all. I had to hire staff to process all my letters and mail. So many witches of all ages that I wondered what my secret beauty was, if I was single and stuff. So to divert attention from me, I decided to launch a book titled How to See Yourself as a God or a Goddess at All Times of Your Life, with an arrogant title, and was sold at a pretty high price. But in this book I posted with several spells for daily body care and body grooming, as well as couple of spells to look presentable. An unfortunate event that happened is that Andromeda eloped with her Muggle-born boyfriend Edward Ted Tonks, and they almost disowned her from House Black, but thanks to my intervention they did not. But I feel that this is not as simple as it seems, and I feel that the nosy old man is involved. According to Bellatrix and Narcissa, she had no one she liked at school, and they were very confident, because they play the magical game of reading minds with legilimency. This was a very old and ancient game that helped young wizards and witches defend their minds while having fun, but it was banned when the nosy old Albus came to power. So I quickly tracked them down with the spell created by my so-called scimitar hominum, finding them in an abandoned cabin ready for the act of sex. But I went in at the door and cast the immobulus spell on both of them. When immobilizing them I noticed that something is bad on both and quickly cast a salute status spell on them. What I found was a potion of mutual love in both of them. There was only one person who benefits from this and that would be the nosy old Albus, so I took Andromeda in my arms like a princess. I got rid of the Effecto Love potion. I also modified the mind of Ted Tonks. By the time I woke up I thought that the one who entered the cabin was Drula the mother Andromeda. I also made a dramatic scene worthy of an award for my performance. I also sent a message to the goblins to find out who was the owner of the cabin, because Ted's mind was showing the address, but not who told him. Quickly take me to Andromeda. One thing I found out from reading Andromeda's mind is that she was in love with me. It's pretty cute if you see it from a different perspective. Appearing at the Black Mansion and there was an enraged family, because nobody expected Andromeda to elope with her lover. And the worst thing is that the newspaper The Prophet had already published the news, and the only good thing is that it did not say who the boyfriend was. Everything this pointed to House Black to discredit in public opinion. These guys are ready for war and then they say that the members of House Black are not loving, I think, and burst into the room saying, I think everyone should calm down, because things are not as simple as it seems. Drula was crying. When she saw me, she ran and hugged Andromeda in her arms. Where was Andromeda? She would never do something like that, because among my daughters she is the most sensible. It is very simple. The great Dark Lord wanted to discredit your Black House, tarnishing your reputation with public opinion, and I think he is aimed at the position of chief witch that you have, Archerus, I say, but think. Perhaps that is how he got the title of head of sorcerer. Who would have thought that that half-breed would dare to target House Black, says Archerus. Probing them with legilimency I saw that he was thinking of, what a malicious and intelligent bastard, let your guard down. Smile, because they did not realize that it was the great Dark Lord. I think they are wrong. The person who planned this is the nosy old Albus, and it was Albus who disclosed that Andromeda ran away from his Black House. I quickly saw an enraged crowd. It seems that if he met the old man at this time they would kill him with the most horrible torture you can imagine. Alphard, who was very clever, realized I was referring to Albus. Max, please tell us everything, because I don't understand what this has to do with the girl eloping with the Muggle-born boy. Comment. 9 comments. Vote. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Take a wife and you can take another wife. Chapter 13. Take a wife and you can take another wife. I began to explain to the members of House Black what was happening. They all looked at me as if I had illuminated their life. I could see that Andromeda had woken up, but she was pretending to be asleep, but I saw that she was clenching her fists with strength. I think House Black took under guard and almost paid the price with their reputation. I can be sure old Albus' next move would be, I say, as I pause and continue dramatic, it would be to put one of the sons of House Black in the House of the Hypocrites Gryffindor or the House of the Sheep Hufflepuff. In my opinion I like the Hufflepuff, they are so loyal, that they marvel your eyes. At the end my words looked into the astonished eyes of the members of the Black House. Clearly they would think of, first dead than being a Gryffindor. I will never allow any of my children to be a sheep, says Wahlberger with determination, and when I probed her with legilimency I saw that she was thinking about, I will not allow it. If it happens I will take my son out of Hogwarts immediately. It seems that they still do not realize that they are inside old Albus' chessboard. I think and tell them, but there your children will go, either Sirius or Regulus, and those are plans of the nosy old man. Now we can play fools or we can play the smart ones in this albus chessboard. When probing with legilimency I saw what was thought. It seems that they forgot about my daughter. I must speak for her and solve her reputation, thinks Drula and asks, but what will we do with my daughter's reputation? Now no nobleman will want to marry her. Why will they say that it is stained? I can take Dora as my wife, but I don't know if you want to accept that I say and think. Bella and Rita have been pressuring me to get a third wife or a partner to help them in their fight to defeat the dragon. When probing her with legilimency I saw that she was thinking about that. Excellent. Now if I play my cards correctly, I can suggest that I take Sissy as a wife and I will no longer have concerns about my daughters, thinks Drula. I certainly agree, but we will have to ask Dora when she wakes up. Dora jumps to announce her answer. I want to, it's more I accept right now. Dora's comment was somewhat comical and funny, making the people in the room laugh. That's good, I won't have to worry about getting my third wife anymore, I think, and with a smile he asks her jokingly, and I thought you didn't like me. Silly. I clearly liked you from the first time we met, says Dora. On probing with legilimency I saw that he was thinking about, how silly, how can you say that you don't like me after reading my mind? I have to make him take responsibility. Max, do you plan to take all my daughters as your wives? Drula asks seriously, but I knew he was joking and also offering me to take his other daughter. Well, what can I do when your daughters took out your genes? I say with a flattering smile and giving him a compliment for his beauty. Drula proudly says it's true, my daughters brought out my beauty. So what can we do? My children are in danger, says Wahlberger. So I started to tell you a plan, and it was that we can put a semi-air ring created by the goblin, and what the ring does will be a surprise for later. And so several hours passed. I prepared to go to my castle with Dora. She approached me with a luggage and said adorably, "Husband, are we leaving yet?" Dora asks in a very adorable way. This girl is tempting me, I think, and smiling I say, "Oh dear wife, you look as beautiful as a rose, only more provocative. Tell me what you need to finish this school of dupes, and what do you want to do in the future?" When probing her with legilimency I saw that she was thinking about, I must answer seriously so that she takes me seriously, thinks Dora with determination. Says I can already take the test to graduate and I would like to be a healer and teacher in potions, but I stayed in school because I wanted to spend time with my sister Sissy. He's certainly adorable but very smart, I think, and with a smile I say, "Okay, then let's go home, my wife." When probing her with legilimency I saw that she was thinking about, I can't forget about Sissy, it's better for us sisters to be together, Dora thinks and says, "By the way, my sister Sissy likes you." Sissy, who was spying on him and looks at Dora with an envious look on her face, is taken by surprise by the comment and unconsciously jumps up and says, "Sister, you promised not to tell her anything." So that's why Bella was so sure that Dora didn't like anyone at school. Drula, seems like I'll also take your other daughter as my wife, I say with a smile. Clearly, he was delighted to have another wife as well. What? Asked Drula. When I probed her with legitimacy I saw that she was thinking, "Oh by Merlin, how happy I am, my 3 daughters married with a good husband and from a noble and respectable house. I have fulfilled my role as mother," thinks Drula, and with a proud smile she says, "Good, it is better that they are with you than with an incompetent fool. You will relieve me of my worries as a mother, but you will be able to with 4 fiery and horny wives." I laughed out loud as I thought, the truth, since I came to this world I have felt an insatiable sensation for sex, and I don't know if it is because of my lineage or because I want to monopolize a beautiful woman that interests me. I say with a mischievous smile, "What can I say? Your son-in-law is an insatiable stud and I hope he is ready, because I will give you a couple of grandchildren soon." When I probed her with legilimency, I saw that she was thinking about, what a cheeky man, he, I hope they give me those grandchildren soon. Drooler thinks and says, well, Sissy can't go with you yet and we can sign the marriage contract so she has magical protection in case something happens. That's fine by me. What do you think, Sissy? Would you like to be mine for all eternity? I say in a seductive way while I see them nervous and blushing all over, with a little shyness, but if you look closely I was overflowing with joy, so I couldn't help but joke and ask out of curiosity. But Sissy, you didn't like that Malfoy boy. I thought he wouldn't ask, but he did, and I can only tell you the truth. I'm sorry, Lucius, but I can't keep secrets from my husband, thinks Sissy, bows her head in shame and disguised anger. I liked it a lot until I realized that he is homosexual. That bastard, I discovered him 1 year ago kissing with a man in an abandoned salon, and I told him that I was not going to marry him. I slapped him and also told my great-uncle Archerus that he agreed with my decision. I had my suspicions, but this answers it, I think, and with a cheerful tone I say, Sissy, when you finish your studies you will move to Ridvia Castle. Meanwhile we will talk with this two-way mirror. Take care of it, it is quite expensive. Ha ha, I'll take good care of him, says Sissy. When probing her with legilimency I saw that she was thinking, she treasures it forever, it's the first gift you give me. Bye Sissy, I say. I disappeared with apparition. The sight changed, I was in my Ridvia Castle. Then I took Dora to her room. She was pouting for some reason that I did not understand, so I hugged her from the back. I whispered softly in her ear. What's wrong, my wife? When probing her with legilimency I saw that she was thinking about, oh, she didn't discover me. Well, I can only be honest. Dora thinks, and she replied, I thought you would take me your room and we would do this and that. I am not pretty enough for you. With a smile, he gently bites her earlobe. What a wild imagination you have, dear wife. Well, what if you let me show you the room in detail? The door of the room was closed and for more than 5 hours seductive moans were heard from the room, but I will not go into detail. POV Edward Ted Tonks. The strangest thing happened to me today. It was that I felt love for Andromeda Black and was supposed to love her, but the truth was I hated her. Because he always despised me for being Muggle-born. Now I wonder how I got to an abandoned cabin and was ready to do the forbidden act with Andromeda. But suddenly Andromeda's mother arrived and she seemed to me like a pretty decent lady worried about her daughter. What happened next was even stranger. Because Mother Andromeda tried to talk to her daughter, but Andromeda seemed possessed and couldn't reason with her mother. It seemed that inspiration hit her when she realized that it could be something magical, and she quickly cast spells on her daughter and me. What he found was not good at all. It seems that someone had dosed us with a medium-level mutual love potion, and I almost defecated in my pants when Andromeda's mother explained. What if a wizard and witch without any magical bond? To simplify, two virgins, they have sex, they automatically marry before magic as a witness and make a bond with magic unbreakable, which is impossible to separate. For that reason all pure-blood witches are always accompanied with their friends at school, and if I was lucky, that Mother Andromeda was a woman who cared about her daughter and stopped us from doing something stupid. That I am sure that we would regret it in the future, and I did not want to marry as a young man, without any wealth. I had not even had a formal girlfriend, and worse still, since I am going to marry immediately, I have not even enjoyed life. Oh yeah, someone almost duped me into a pure-blood power play, and Mrs. Black told me it might be someone from my Hufflepuff household. I walked back little by little, but in my mind I wondered who told me the address of the cabin, and because I did not know that place, little by little I began to worry even more. Unbeknownst to me I had gone back to school and met my Hufflepuff friends. I know none of them were because we are Muggle-born. So I told them what happened to me, and one of them quickly told me something that you will never forget. It was that apparently yesterday they called me the director's office with Andromeda. I quickly did my mental calculations, and as if something enlightened me, I came to the conclusion that the culprit was the director, but because he would do this to me, and then I understood everything. I was just a pawn in their game. The real target was House Black, and they say it is the third richest noble house in Britain, and members of House Black have many positions in many branches of power. The current head of the Witches of the Wizangamo is a Black. There are only a few days left to finish Hogwarts. I will pass my exams in silence, and from today I will not eat in the Great Hall, and I will go directly to eat in the kitchen with house elves. Call me paranoid, but now I will try to be the least visible and not excel at anything. Only Merlin would know what that old bastard headmaster was planning. Comment. 11 comments. Vote. Chapter 14, 7 months and planning a vacation in France. Chapter 14, 7 months and planning a vacation in France. Friday the 8th of May, 1970. Well, 7 months went by in the blink of an eye. It makes me think how time flies when you're having fun. Currently I have been in the Harry Potter world for more than a year. Sissy graduated early from Hogwarts and started living in the castle, and let me tell you that she is a very fiery and horny young wife. I know they would criticize me for what I am going to say, but having 4 wives is exhausting, and especially on certain days of the month, since on those days they always want me to pamper them. Which I do with pleasure and joy, but it almost exhausts me a lot. However, thanks to Father Morgan I have magic, ha ha ha. So I did what any wizard in my place would do. I made up a potion which I called Relieved Woman, and it may not have a great name, but in my defense it was highly regarded by the witches of the world. Since it is currently selling very well in my potions stores, which are located in different parts of the world. Also my relationship with Dora has progressed since that day I brought her to the castle and we had a glorious afternoon. Dora graduated from Hogwarts and is currently training to have a potions master and a healer. However, I also made him train to learn to defend himself. One can never be sufficiently prepared for the future, as you never know what might happen, and my beautiful Dora is quite strict, disciplined and very responsible. She has devoted a lot of time to her training, about 7 hours a day, and you must from time to time help her train wandless magic. She was surprised at first, but when I showed her how easy it was to do magic. Sure, my method spends more magic, but over time it will help you generate more magic reserves, and I plan to leave this method for my children and descendants. Because I know that I will have a large family, since I will have a long life of more than 500 years. Bella, on the other hand, had progressed in her studies remarkably, especially battle magic and the art of dueling. She was a lethal witch. Hit Wizard was currently working, and as Bella is female the term is Hit Witch, the adorably sadistic and incredibly lethal Hit Witch Bellatrix Dovaki in. Although Bella appears to be very sadistic in her actions, but deep down she is a masochist who likes her husband to treat her rough, and one thing I noticed about Bella is that she likes to torture criminals, to which I had no problem giving her 1 or 2 tips, and if I may be a bit sadistic too, I also subtly suggested that if she catches a criminal alive, cut off her leg and arm or both arms, then she will deliver them alive. The law clearly says that as long as you deliver him alive, it does not matter under what conditions you deliver the criminal, and because by becoming a criminal, he lost all the rights of a magician under the law of the Ministry of Magic. To which my dear Bella asked me why, and I told her that that way I would never think of retaliating against our children or our family. After that conversation, my dear wife Bella earned the title of the sadistic Bellatrix among her co-workers. And now, my dear Rita, you may be wondering what our beautiful and sexy reporter is doing. Well, she in particular is being the best that Rita can do, and that is, destroy reputations among other things. Her fame as a reporter is incredibly solid. If I weren't her husband I would be afraid of her, and because anyone is her target, and especially Albus Dumbledore. Now I will ask you, how is it possible? And I answered, I was responsible for creating the most lethal information weapon in the world. Why did your server teach him a couple of spells of my own creation, and I won't tell you what they were, because it will be a surprise later. Rita also became a reporter teacher, a grieving teacher, and among other subjects to be based on those areas, since according to her a good reporter to be good in all trades. Voldemort also began to move with great force, as a certain anonymous person gave him a large number of galleons and a note telling him that he supported his cause, but as an international businessman he could not get directly involved. Since he could get his business involved and lose money, but I also told him that I would send him money every month. Now you may be wondering why and for what reason I am sponsoring it. The first reason, it is because in war it consumes a lot of money and resources, because without money there is no war, and without war there is no child of prophecy and a defeated Voldemort. Now another reason why I sponsored it, is that, without House Black to burn money in their war, I had to replace them anonymously and burn my money, so that it follows the Harry Potter timeline. Now why do all this? Well, it's simple. The first thing you must understand is that I can kill Voldemort quickly, but that would not be very viable since no one would care. As a reward, he would just give me a pat on the back and a magician thank you. The second thing you must understand is that magicians are so stupid, that if you do something for them without their wanting them, they will only drag you down and you will lose much more than noble intentions. A clear example is Albus Dumbledore. When his fight with Grindelwald ended, of course he gained fame and glory, but he is still a poor man who must become a magical guardian of others in order to survive and earn some money by the end of the month. If he had had money from the beginning and influence he would have used it. The third thing you must understand is that Voldemort is necessary for my plans, because without him there is no prophecy of the child who lived, and if I kill Voldemort, what happens with the prophecy? The course of the world would change and I would sign up to be the new Dark Lord. Also, that old Albus sure would want that to happen, because he would have the perfect excuse to say that I am dark, as he killed his beloved disciple Tom. With that more or less clear. Now, having crazy and wild sex every night for 7 months in a row, it is glorious and the girls are delighted, but I decided to plan a romantic vacation in France to hang out with them, falling in love and indulging them, because you know what they say about relationships, yes, do not nourish it with time, sweetie, and affection. Love fades and only good memories will remain. And when I told them that we were going to Paris on vacation they jumped for joy and went to plan what I wanted to buy, and I know that my vaults are going to bleed with everything they are going to buy. Time jump of about 4 days. Now we are here in the French ministry applying for visitor permits to vacation for at least 6 to 7 weeks. The place was the same as you would see in the Fantastic Beasts movie The Crimes of Grindelwald. Husband, don't you think the receptionist is pretty? Dora asks. Clearly this girl wants me to find a 5th wife, but I still don't want to. I know what she's trying, but I already have enough of a headache with 4 wives. I think and say she is pretty, like any woman I have ever met, and I think that all women in the world have their own beauty. The receptionist stared at me in a strange way, with a touch of disorientation, trying to remember something and then looking down at the documents to find my name. I immediately recognized me and jumped like an excited and happy girl. Oh my Merlin, it's the prince, please sign my book. I had been slow to recognize it, says Bella with a touch of zeal in her tone, Clearly she wanted me only for her and her sisters. Certainly our husband is a very handsome man with a sexy body, says Sissy, agreeing with her sister. It's the price of fame and being devastatingly attractive, says Rita in a provocative way. Clearly, she was teasing me. The young recessionist was shy, but very excited and happy since she had been able to meet Idol was in front of her. On the other hand, I was thinking that I must have been famous in my other life, and because I was getting used to it naturally. With a bright and joyful smile, well, my loves, you can't blame your husband for being a little famous, and he has some wealth to give well-being to our family and our future descendants. I think I did well, because I looked at my wives and the ladies around them were all flushed and some were giving her looks of envy and jealousy. Also the men around me only looked at me with envy, admiration and jealousy. I couldn't blame them for their envy and jealousy, given that I was surrounded by 4 beautiful wives. I took the young recessionist's book in my hand and signed it with a dedication, and handed it to her right there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am going to treasure it, as a treasure of my family from generation to generation. Here are your passes, and sorry for the delay, says the young recessionist seriously. No problem, says Bella. Where will we stay, husband? Dora asks. In Villa Dragala. It is a beautiful place to vacation and my mother loved that place very much, I say with a remembered smile. I remember the memories that came to my mind. The girls suddenly hug me and I hug them too. I didn't care that they looked at me while showing my affection in public. It's okay, my love, now we're with you. I know you miss your mother, but we're going to our house. People are watching us a lot, says Sissy in a sympathetic tone. With a smile, I kissed the foreheads of my wives and said, well, let's go home, my loves. Quickly using, I appeared in front of a beautiful white marble villa with decorations in pure gold and multicolored gems. My great-uncle Brutus Vlad Dovakian lived in this villa and he loved to live in luxurious places, surrounded by gold. However, he does not like noise and given what he would prefer quiet. Lacus and Piram, I say seriously and amplifying a bit of magic to my voice. The pair of elves appeared in front of me, well dressed in elegant Victorian butler clothes for Lacus and Victorian maid clothes for Piram. They said with a bow. How can we serve you, Master Dragon? Both house elves say with an elegant bow. Comment. 5 comments. Vote. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Vacation in France and the magnificent Villa Dragala. Chapter 15. Vacation in France and the magnificent Villa Dragala. The pair of elves appeared in front of me, well dressed in elegant Victorian butler clothes for Lacus and Victorian maid clothes for Piram. They said with a bow. Can we serve you, Master Dragon? Both house elves say with an elegant bow. Are you wondering? Because the etiquette of my house elves is different from other house elves, and that is easy to answer, because I trained them and taught them many things. I also brainwashed them by telling them that they were house elves superior to their brothers, and that is why they possessed the surname Servus. Also why it serves the noble and ancestral house of the Dovakian, who are related to Merlin and Morgana himself. Thank you that you accepted a superior label from a Victorian servant, and you can even take liberties to strengthen House Dovakian and can serve wholeheartedly. I even showed them the grand shrine of serfdom, so they can see their fate when they die for the Dovakian house and that of their descendants. Do you wonder why such a place exists? It turns out that about 900 years ago, one of my ancestors did not like to hang the heads of their house elves on a wall. Since I saw it very barbaric. The problem was that he had to show some kind of benefit to the house elves, so that they could continue working with devotion for House Dovakian, and so he devised and invented the sanctuary of serfdom. that he would give house elves the honor of having a 12-inch gold statuette and a plaque of honor with a dedication. You can already imagine that the house elves of my house Dovahkiin from generation to generation worked with great devotion and dedication, so that one day they would have that honor. My ancestors made a rule that to determine the years of servitude of a house elf would be counted in words, and that means that a year of servitude is a word. For example, if you worked for Dovahkiin house for 20 years, then 20 words of dedication were dedicated to you on your plaque of honor and along with your statuette. Now back to the point. Lacus, you will take care of the supplies and unpack all the things, then you will take care of fixing the garden and its surroundings, I say with authority. Way to go, Master Dragon. Lacus responds respectfully. This Lacus boy is well trained, and it was worth it, the hours I spent washing his brain. I think and say to him, Piram, I want you to take care of the cleaning and the food. I want a strawberry cake for dessert. For the rest, you can proceed at your discretion, but follow the family's nutritious diet. Yes, Master Dragon, I won't let you down. Piram responds proudly. Both elves bow and disappear. When probing with legilimency, I saw that he was thinking about, no matter how much I see it, they do not look like house elves, thought Dora, and says, you know, husband, no matter how many times I see them, and it always seems amazing to me, how you transformed these house elves into servants of so high quality. When probing with legilimency, I saw that he was thinking of, it is true, they do not look anything like house elves and are even proud and serve you without calling them, thought Sissy, and says, I certainly never thought house elves would be like this. Bella and Rita strategically surrounded me in a sexual and horny way. I believe both women who were anxious and lustful since we arrived at the French ministry, because I know that I excite them, that many women looked at them with envy and jealousy. For their actions they promised to open every part of the house with wild sex and overflowing passion. Our husband is a talented man, although his greatest and most notable talent is satisfying the lust of his wives, Bella says as she runs her hand over my chest, and clearly she was seducing me. I don't know, Bella, I think I'll try it out there today to see if it can do it, says Rita, but I could see her hand running down my back. With a Rita hugging me, touching me and kissing my neck, tempting me from behind. And a sexy Bella, who was in front of me, kissed me and caressed my great friend. On the other hand, Dora and Sissy, seeing Bella and Rita's blatantly lustful actions, they walk towards me, from my right and left, start to join in the fun. I know Dora and Sissy are shy, but once they get turned on they put shyness aside. I must show my worth as the man of the house, I say with determination. I started using my secret technique, the hands of the void, which is just a little bit of well-directed telekinesis. I started massaging and touching his breasts, his bottoms, with some pellicos and squeezes here and there. You could already imagine the beautiful moans they made, and little by little I began to undress them, the passion between us overflowing like a volcano in erosion of lust. So we spent the rest of the day having crazy and wild sex. Some days after, little by little the days of our vacation in France passed. After the first 2 weeks the girls were more than satisfied with sex, and we started going out to different places to have personal dates and group dates. I'll tell you, it was like we were in heat. Anywhere they craved we had sex here and there. Arguably we were horny and open-minded, having sex outdoors. Sure, I secretly did privacy magic, but I never mentioned it to my wives, and it was because they like the feeling that they could discover us, and who am I to take that feeling away from them? Days after, it was the 4th week of our vacation in France, the girls started doing things individually, and why they wanted to have ingredients for their own potions, buy clothes and among other things. Never would you imagine the unnecessary things they bought, but as a good husband I must pay and keep quiet to have a happy sex life. Also, it's not that I'm short on money, and it's just that the girls spent the money like it was water. Now he had some free time, he decides to go out to buy fresh ingredients and cook a romantic dinner for my wives. While walking and doing my shopping in the magical French market, I observed a grandmother who seemed to be suffering when carrying her purchases. When I saw her, I remembered my grandmother Iris, and I approached her disinterestedly, to ask her kindly. I said to her in French, "Excuse me, my lady, I couldn't help but notice that you are having a hard time carrying your purchases. If you allow me, I have some free time and I would like to help you. Since you remind me a lot of my grandmother." Point of view of a passerby grandmother. Today was another day like any other day in my 600 years, but there was something that told me it would be different, and the last time I had this feeling was when my husband brought in that naughty boy Albus as an apprentice over 60 years ago. Since we fell in love we have been together on this trip. Today as every day we have breakfast together, and of course, with age little by little our body gave way and no longer responds to us as before. But we still had our magic, and little by using it and erring, we were able to improve it, and thus we used telekinesis for almost all our activities. In our long life of marriage we were always very close. Of course we had our disagreements and we argued, but my husband always apologized almost immediately. We always wanted to have a child, but I was never able to conceive, and it was one of the most regrettable things in my long life. About 4 weeks ago, I was able to see activity at Villa Dragala, which is next to ours, and we knew there were people because they were a bit noisy, using our telescope, and we were able to see a very handsome young man with 4 beautiful women. At first we thought that he was a lustful man, that he would bring many different witches every day, and as the days went by, we observed that he treated those 4 women with a lot of affection and love. They looked like young newlyweds, but the sight was strange, and it was because he is a man with 4 wives, which is rare. They reminded me of my younger days with my husband and our romantic nights. Ah, what good times were! Today I went out to replenish our supplies. It was something that I enjoyed and hated to do, since my body did not respond to me as before. In my morning shopping I got distracted by some novelties, and suddenly my young neighbor approached me, and I had to admit he was the most handsome young man I had seen in decades. What caught the attention of the young man is that he looked at me with nostalgia, and that was something new for me. I was very curious, and finally he came to my side and asked me in French something that I had never asked myself in my long years. My young neighbor spoke to me in fairly fluent French. "Excuse me, my lady, I couldn't help but notice that you are having a hard time carrying your purchases. If you allow me, I have some free time and I would like to help you, since you remind me a lot of my grandmother." I was curious about that grandmother, since no one looked like me in years and only the members of my family had a certain resemblance, I think, and asked her with a smile, "And what is your grandmother's name, dear?" My young neighbor replied with a smile, "My grandmother was called Iris Aurora Dovaki in Nice, and she had certain similarities with you in appearance." "Sarah, that wasn't the last name of my sister Morrigan's husband, I think, and keep asking him." "Certainly, we may be related, my boy, and it turns out that a long time ago, I had a sister named Morrigan, and she married a man from the Sarah family. We may be talking about the same Morrigan." Certainly my grandmother told me about her stories and how a witch travels the world in her animagus raven form, having adventures and discovering the magical world, says my young neighbor with enthusiasm. "Oh Merlin, I got a relative. After so long, magic must be blessing me at the end of my life, I think, and tell him so. It turns out that we are relatives after all, and you can call me grandma from now on, dear grandson." To be continue. Comment. 4 comments. Vote. Chapter 16. Chapter 16, I Have a Grandmother and the Old Man's Story. Chapter 16, I Have a Grandmother and the Old Man's Story. Oh Merlin, I got a relative. After so long, magic must be blessing me at the end of my life, I think, and tell him so. It turns out that we are relatives after all, and you can call me Grandma from now on, dear grandson. Max's point of view. Being called a grandson broke me, since in this world I had no relatives or family. Well, of course I had my wives as my new family, but I think I had a feeling of loneliness that I missed my blood relatives, and it is difficult to express the feeling many new emotions that I had never felt, and I let them out to free myself from this feeling. Instant mastery may be taking its toll on me, amplifying my emotions of longing. I started crying as I hugged Grandma with happiness and sadness. It was something unexpected for the grandmother, because she was surprised at the moment of the hug and quickly gave me a warm hug. It seems that she also wanted a grandchild and I wanted a grandmother. It was a strange thing, but it happened to me. And we hugged for quite some time, knowing that Grandma must be tired, and since she is an older woman, I quickly took her to a restaurant. I told him my tragic story, but in an interesting way. I told him about my story and how I felt about longing for my family. I had the strange feeling that I could trust her, and since the family never lies and never betrays you. Well, at least it's like that in magic. The grandmother told me some things about her life, and that she was born in 1334. She was a very old woman with a great knowledge of magic in general. I was surprised was her magic levels, which were very high. I think she was officially in the Grand Witch Magic stage quarter. Time flew by, while talking to Grandma, and when I realized it was already night, I had to tell her that my wives must be very worried about me. So I took Grandma to her house, and it was a surprise for me, since her house was very close to my villa. Well, we were practically neighbors, and I told her I would visit her tomorrow. I'll tell you that it seemed tough to separate from me, but time was not on our side, and I have to admit I was also very tough to separate from my grandmother, but tomorrow would be another day. Soon I arrived at Villa Dragala. When I looked around, everything was dark, and yet there were lights on the floor in the shape of a heart. Making a path to the upper rooms, I walked slowly with a smile on my face, and as I climbed the stairs, I made noise with my steps so that I had arrived. I soon reached the door of the master bedroom, and upon opening the door, I was able to discover an unexpected surprise. Inside the room, 4 beautiful women positioned at different provocative and sensual angles. Located in different places on the bed, with a seductive period French lingerie, and in the middle of the bed was a heart-shaped pillow, which had a writing and said, "Eat us, mighty tyrant." Without asking anything, I walked my wives like this, and this would be a long night for me. Soon whispers, screams and moans were heard. The night was young and promised an unforgettable evening. Nicholas Flamel's point of view. My name is Nicholas Flamel. I was born in the year 1327. In the early years of my life, I became obsessed with immortality through alchemy, and since I longed to live for a long time with my own achievement. Because if one could bottle up fame and stop death through potions, then immortality with alchemy was possible. I convinced myself that I could do it, and little by little I started my research. Sometime between my research I met a beautiful witch and fellow alchemist named Perinelle. Like me, she was obsessed with alchemy, and I seem to be honest, I fell madly in love with her the moment I met her. Little by little I began to collaborate with her on alchemy projects, looking for a second opinion or another perspective from her point of view, and if we realized it, we became close. When my father saw my close relationship with her, he decided to commit us in marriage, and it is one thing that, To this day, I am grateful to him. I know he did it so that my beloved Perenelle would not be taken away from me, and it was because at that time there was a lot of competition to have a respectable marriage between pure bloods. After our engagement I was nervous, because I did not want her to hate me, and so I spoke with her to explain my feelings. Then I learned from her that she was also in love with me. You could never imagine the happiness I felt at that moment, and on impulse I kissed her from the emotion she felt. When I felt her lips I was immersed in the emotion of kissing her, and then I realized what I had done, so I immediately apologized to her. She on the other hand laughed at me and kissed me again. Since that moment we have been inseparable. She has meant everything in my life and is my friend, my lover, my partner, my wife, my soulmate and my everything. It may sound corny, but I have lived day to day falling in love with my wife Perenelle, and the first time a dark wizard kidnapped her, my rage was out of me and I went to her rescue. I am not happy to say that I killed every living being that wanted to prevent me from rescuing my beloved wife, and in the end I rescued him, but I was not happy. Because my beloved wife had been hurt and she was sad, because I put her in danger. But she helped me out of that feeling. Today, like every certain day, she went out to buy supplies, and it was a way for her to entertain herself with the news of the time. But every time I went out I worried about her. Today was one of those days that I worried, and because it was too late, I started to worry more. I walked from one side to the other watching the time pass, when suddenly I felt a very powerful apparition, and since I was very sensitive to magic since I was a boy, I also felt the presence of my beloved wife. I walked hurriedly to the window, and there I observed my beloved wife with my young neighbor hugging him. Both seemed very hard to separate. It seemed strange to me that my beloved wife should express herself like that. She must have liked my young neighbor very much, and although it seemed strange to me, since she said he was a lustful man, to have 4 women with him in his villa. But soon I will find out what happens. The door opened and my beloved wife walked in with an emotion she hadn't seen in years. She hasn't seen that look in her eyes since our wedding, which was brimming with happiness. Husband, husband, husband. You won't believe it. But I found a descendant of my sister Morrigan, and he recognized me as her grandmother, ha ha. After so many years looking for clues from my sister, at the end of my life I met his descendants, and I prepared everything for tomorrow. Husband, our grandson is coming to visit, Perenelle says excitedly. I'll be honest, I was puzzled, and because out of nowhere a grandson appeared to us, since he had asked my apprentice Albus to investigate. To find my wife's relatives and use their connections, a result of which from her investigation told me that they were all dead. I came to the conclusion that someone was lying to me, and I did not like the feeling. Honey, I do not want to sound water parties, but you can call your friend the goblin and request that he investigate our young neighbor, I say in a worried tone, because they can cheat on my wife. What are you saying, silly old man? I am his great aunt, and also he showed me a photo of his grandmother. She is identical to my sister Morrigan when she was older, says Perenelle, who was super excited and full of energy. I have to make him investigate, because it may be a coincidence that he gets a descendant of his family, and you can never be sure, I think, and say to him, please darling, for my peace of mind. You could also know more about your grandson, and you know how young people of this time are, they hardly ever mention their achievements. You're right, I'm going to call Ranguk with the 2-way mirror, says Perenelle excitedly. I immediately see my wife take out the mirror and pour her magic on her little by little. But a smile is drawn on my face when I see her excited, and it is clear that she is excited to hear about this grandson of hers. Ranguk asks my Mrs. Perenelle. How can I help you? Perenelle interrupts anxiously, my friend Ranguk, stop the goblin nonsense and let's go to business. Do I want you to tell me some information? Ranguck says, okay, my Mrs. Perenelle. What kind of information do you want to buy? I want information from, Wait, not his name, the only thing I know is, his last name is Dovahkiin and this is the photo of the young man, says Perenelle, but in a tone as if it were an order and that he would spill everything he knew about his grandson. Ranguck says cautiously, I can confirm it is the young tyrant. What exactly do you want to buy? The young tyrant. He seems to know him and I hope he is not a dark magician, I think, and he asked me if I hear correctly, the goblin said the tyrant, so he must clarify what do you mean by the young tyrant. Perenelle shot him a look that, if he didn't shut up, he was going to sleep in another room today. What do you mean with the young tyrant? Also give us all the general information, then you go with one as more detailed. Ranguck tells them the information of the young tyrant is classified from level 1 to level 10 and all the information has various costs in galleons, however, there is higher and more expensive information. But I do not have access to it. Nicholas and Perenelle were perplexed because according to their years of experience he must be someone of influence, but what they did not understand is that someone is very young. Well, tell us everything you know. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 17, Chapter 17, Shocking Discovery and an Exemplary Grandson. Chapter 17, Shocking Discovery and an Exemplary Grandson. Villa Flamel. Nicholas Flamel's point of view. Ranguck said, well, his full name is Maximilian Stephen Dovahkiin. He is currently Lord Dovahkiin of the noble and ancestral house of Dovahkiin and he is currently married with 4 wives. The first wife is Rita Dovahkiin, née Skeeter, mixed race and is a famous reporter in the British newspaper The Prophet. The second wife is Bellatrix Dovahkiin, née Black, pure blood and works as Hit Witch, is also known by the title of the sadistic Bellatrix. The third wife is Andromeda Dovahkiin, née Black, pure blood and she is currently serving as a healer. The fourth and last wife is Narcissa Dovahkiin, née Black, pure blood and is currently studying her magical masteries, but is more politically inclined. We were dumbfounded, because through time there were only a few noble houses that preserved their heritage and the noble house Dovahkiin was one of them. Indeed they were unique, because it prohibited its female members from leaving their noble house, and if there was anyone who wanted to marry a Dovahkiin woman, they had to marry the noble house Dovahkiin and take the surname Dovahkiin. Ranguck continues, young Max at birth, born with great magical power, intelligence and an eidetic memory, his noble house was happy for the luck of having a good heir. At the age of 4 he began his training, from noble etiquette to magic spells. At age 7 his grandfather decided to train him in a Hogwarts study plan, only to be surprised, and since he finished the entire Hogwarts curriculum in 2 years. His grandfather Maximus, worried about his grandson, as he was becoming arrogant and conceited, took him to the world of the goblins. How is it possible and what happened next? Asked Perenelle, was clearly excited. Ranguck, as if remembering something unbelievable, Lord Maximus asked the Goblin King and Council of Elders for a favor to write to the young tyrant at the Goblin Academy. In a record time of 2 years, he managed to beat all the goblins and it didn't matter how they tried to compete. Be it fighting, accounting, or blacksmithing, the young tyrant was at the top. As a tyrant he ruled the ranks of the goblin world, and it was at that time that he was given the goblin name Tyrant Dragon. It was at that moment that the Tyrant Dragon era began. At age 14 he cheated the Goblin King out of a fighting contract, for the amount of 1 million galleons. His notoriety became legendary. his grandfather had to come for him. Ranguck continues at 15 his grandfather took him out of the goblin world, to take him to the Muggle world and where he created an economic world force in a period of 5 years. At the age of 17 he was forbidden to return to Great Britain and began to travel the world, where he earned the title of Bounty Hunter Max the Tyrant Dragon, for trapping, brutalizing, dismembering and torturing powerful dark wizards. In several countries he is idolized as a god, since he was the one who killed and deliver almost all the criminals of those countries. The motto was also created in the magical world of crime of if your wanted poster is 50,000 galleons, then run or get ready because the tyrant is coming for you. A wanted poster and catch the criminal is approximately 2 days to 4 days, it is considered the deadliest bounty hunter in the world. Ranguck stared at us for a moment and took a sip of water. And I ask any questions? Please continue, I want to know more, says Perinell with an excited look at her grandson's accomplishments. Ranguck, making a dreamy look of admiration and respect, says over the years the goblins call him the young tyrant for being an undefeated warrior, a legend as an accountant and businessman. According to rumors his businesses earn more than 1 million galleons per hour. That is impossible to win 1 million galleons per hour, I said, very surprised. Clearly for me, the sum of 1 million galleons was a very substantial amount. Old fool, you are talking about my grandson here and not your useless apprentice Albus. Oh, my grandson is so outstanding and he is just like me when he was his age, says Perinell, clearly surprised by the accomplishments of her grandson. She could only roll her eyes at my wife's nerve and say please continue. Ranguck continues at the age of 17 he appeared for the first time to compete in the 1967 Dueling World Tournament, where he won 2 titles, the Undefeated Tyrant and 1967 Dueling World Champion. Then he appeared the following year he won Champion World Dueling 1968. Later he announced to the participants that he would sponsor the prize for the next tournament, with an astronomical amount of 10 million galleons, and if someone could hit him with a spell he would pay that person 500,000 galleons. The following year, it was the chaos in the World Dueling Tournament in January 1969. Ranguck pauses to take a sip of water and continues. There he appeared in the tournament he won and crushing his opponents. Then he said a few words, it seems that I will be alone, on the top of the mountain for a long time. Then he made another announcement, listen, weak magicians who do not know how to use a spell, return home to their mother and drink her milk to gain strength to face me next year. After the announcement he left with the title World Duel Champion 1969. Dueling fans around the world love him, and dueling competitors consider him the top of the mountain of dueling. The old people thought this boy was a phenomenon of nature. Such an achievement at that age was something shocking and unheard of for us who had already lived more than 600 years. Ranguck says at the age of 19 he learned of the massacre of his house member Dovahkiin. He wanted to return to take revenge, but he obeyed the words of his late grandfather to respect tradition, and that marked a shocking event in the world except Great Britain, given that Max the Tyrant Dragon was back. It was the beginning of his legend as a bounty hunter, because he got criminals among criminals and from slavers, traffickers, dark magicians or dark crazy organizations. Ranguck continues, each and every one of the criminals or crime organization was caught. Those who were not found, hid themselves so as not to be victims of the eyes of the dragon, and such an event was well received by the international magical community, since the index crimes and crimes below zero, for fear of being next on the tyrant's list. Ministries around the world were very grateful, except Great Britain, and even our French ministry reveres him as Merlin. The goblin sees us digesting the information and waiting for us to tell him to continue. He takes a sherbet of water, he had a what look thought of saying to get more galleons. Ranguck continues, when he reached the age of 20 on the 7th of April 1969, he travelled to Great Britain, was received by the British Ministry of Magic, and right there, just arriving, they told him that they had to pay their debts. It was a mistake because they fell out with him. Young tyrant. Immediately the next day he went to the Gringotts. He took out accounts and went to the ministry and asked for the repayment of the loan from the ruined house Dovahkiin, which he had lent to the ministry after the Grindelwald War, and played with those old fools from Wizengamo, who could only pay the galleon sum without being able to say anything. The next day I sent the collector's goblins, and through certain means, and bought old notes and debts from other noble houses, and beat the ministry without mercy, which they could not avoid. Let the goblins look at their books and account records. Ha ha ha, those old fools from the Wizengamo, surely they must curse you from time to time, says Nicholas. Ranguck says Max has been nominated twice by the Heart of the Witch magazine for the best smile and the best body most desired by witches. He has master's degrees in different magical branches, of which the one that stands out the most is a magical branch that I believe, and it's called White Rituals, and he's a master in that branch. Nicholas felt a rather unsettling curiosity and asked, what is this magic rituals about? Ranguck with a smile sees us as hermits who knew nothing of the world. This is the branch of magic, is the newest and most useful in the entire magical world, since with it you can extend your useful life for no less 500 years just by following in the footsteps. Many older magicians bought their research and wanted to be guided to live longer. Unlike dark rituals which require sacrificing living things, white rituals require magical holiday dates and traditions, such as the Day of the Dead and among other dates that were forgotten. Another cost that must be paid is to make certain specific runes so that magic will be able to enter our bodies naturally, and wait for the corresponding dates. Nicholas, froze. The boy had found a way to preserve his age without sacrificing almost anything, and it was a devastating blow for me, since I believe the Philosopher's Stone kept my research for me. But the boy sold it in a book generously, and by doing so he removed any inconvenience of jealousy or repercussions. How brilliant is my grandson, my grandson! Of course, he is my grandson too, ha ha ha. I turned around and saw Perinel full of pride. I thought, old fool, I told you that my grandson is an exemplary grandson, says Perinel, knowing what her husband was thinking. Comment. 2 comments. Vote. Chapter 18. Chapter 18, An Exemplary Grandson and Knowing the Identity of the Grandmother. Chapter 18, An Exemplary Grandson and Knowing the Identity of the Grandmother. Perinel's point of view. Old fool, I told you that my grandson is an exemplary grandson, says Perinel, knowing what her husband was thinking. Nicholas, as an intelligent man that he is, knew that it was better not to be against his wife in order to have a happy life. He says, it's okay my love, you were right in everything, Perinel. Our grandson is exemplary and a prodigy. Please, Ranguck, continue to tell us. You are the one who doubted my grandson, I think, and say of course I'm always right. Ranguck says the young tyrant currently has some enmities with 2 people in Britain. The first is a half-breed named Tom Marvolo Riddle, who calls himself with the anagram I am Lord Voldemort, who allegedly killed the members of the House Dovahkiin and invested a lot of money in investigating it. Now the second man is Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, because he indirectly trained and led Voldemort astray, says Ranguck, but then continues and says according to his Gringotts account manager, the young tyrant's revenge will be very catastrophic and deadly. The young tyrant will let him sweeten and get drunk on his stupidity of power and fame, and then take everything away from him. What matters to them, just as they took from the members of their noble house. In thoughts, Nicholas. I froze, thinking there must be a misunderstanding. But I knew my apprentice Albus well. He had an ambition for greatness and fame. When my wife told me the boy was not to be trusted and I told him I would guide him, or so it was what I thought. There was also the fact of the investigation of my wife's family records and that he could not get anyone alive. But after a few years one appears that had a big house wiped out. I just hope my thoughts be those of a paranoid old man who came of age. In Perinel's thoughts, I knew that Albus boy was not good at all. Every time he saw the philosopher's stone his eyes shone in concealed greed. Now the Albus boy had indirectly or directly supported a Dark Lord. My feminine intuition, she tells me that she did it directly. I hope I am wrong, because if she did, well, she will receive an exemplary punishment from this old woman. Ranguck looked at the faces of the old men through the mirror. They sure seemed angry and knew better than anyone that the young tyrant was not someone benevolent. For that reason the nation of goblins called him tyrant. Seeing the two old men, they had already processed the information. I have to confess that I myself am a great admirer of the young tyrant, and he is the role model of every young goblin in the world, and even in the Goblin Academy his story is already told. I don't know how they met him, but I'm sure he's someone very special and he will change the life of everything around him, so get ready. Because his world will change, they will not be able to avoid it, and just as he changed the world of Goblin more than 10 years ago when he came to our Goblin nation. Take care, old friends, that's all the information I have available to the public who are friends with goblins. The goblin's face disappears from the mirror, leaving two old men in silence, and little did he know that the goblin's words would be very true, but they would know later in the future. He was currently processing everything they discovered, and the truth is that the young wizard Max is very promising. That he not only had funds to lead to the economic ruin of the world but also possessed power and prestige in the wizarding community. Both with different thoughts went to bed and thought about what to do the next day. Point of view of Maximum. Villa Dragola. Today was a very beautiful day for me. To get up I looked around me and the mess of clothes scattered in different places, the disordered sheets in the room. In bed I see my beautiful wives, sleeping exhausted from exhaustion from an incredibly satisfying night full of wild sex. One thing I noticed is that having instant mastery is a huge benefit to my body as I adapt quickly and get used to it. I take a cool, refreshing shower, walk out onto the terrace to see the view and drink my coffee. I call Piram to prepare something special for my wives, for when he gets up have something delicious for breakfast, and look up, my eyes see a beautiful sunrise on the horizon. It makes me think how lucky I am to be alive. Little by little I eat some fruit and some bread with bacon and cheese. I then proceed to enjoy my coffee, as I begin to read the information my service spies collected. And there is good news from my spies. It turns out that Voldemort was attacking with force. He even had a duel with Albus Dumbledore where he almost defeated the old man, and he did not count on the old man using his last resort, which would be his phoenix, and shamelessly escaped from the battlefield. While they slaughtered his sheep of light, Rita is sure that he is going to dedicate some beautiful words to the old man in the Daily Prophet, and that gave Voldemort a great boost. For that reason I will reward him anonymously. I sent her some galleons to motivate her, and I also sent her some requests, to see if she could help me by getting rid of certain competitors. Since that way there would be more budget for the cause, and you have to be theatrical in life, if you want to give the illusion of being an unscrupulous businessman. So you can create a fake it, and I will even tell you to create an international ghost company, half famous only for Voldemort, and help him in his cause. He also creates it so that in case one day he becomes intelligent and wants to investigate the provenance of the galleons. On the other hand, Albus many names Dumbledore was on the losing end. I think he was drawing resources and looking for some pure-blood ally to burn money in his cause. And like in the Harry Potter canon, I point to the noble House Potter, and it was because it is the third richest noble house in Britain. Since my House Dovahkiin was the first and House Black was the second, fourth House Malfoy, but they moved to France because of the war and wanted to consolidate their power in various parts. Now, old Dumbledore was in crisis, and it was because many noble houses were already on the defensive, and there was even talk in certain circles of influence that they would summon Max the Tyrant Dragon to get rid of that troublemaker from Voldemort, but the old man knew he couldn't sit still and made a move, which put Voldemort in trouble. Which in my opinion is a simple strategy, was to attack the Voldemort supporters in surprise attacks, and thus was able to weaken their momentum. Now they both retreated for a period of time to recover, gather resources, and attack each other again. For those who do not know, in economic terms it is to gather money and burn it again in potions, cures and materials. War burns money fast. The neutral houses of Great Britain were consolidating a solid base, and little by little we began to take the members of their noble houses to safety. That no one knew where it was for everyone's safety, and the place had the name Helligdom. Little by little I began to fill my magical city with people. And if Helligdom, the magic city, was finally built, it is a huge monster with an area that covers a total of 700,000 square kilometers, which has 425,000 square kilometers of land and 275,000 square kilometers of water, with an average altitude of 20 m.s.n.m. It has an artificial oceanic temperate and humid climate, which includes temperatures not much lower than 5 degrees C in winter and not much higher than 32 degrees C in summer. This monster consumed 90% of the galleons that the magic ministry gave me. But you will talk to yourself another time about the magical city. I arranged myself like a noble gentleman. Little by little I walked away with a smile, and because I was going to visit my grandmother at her house, which is very close. And why does she walk home like that? Sometimes it is good to take a walk, it is relaxing, and it is not good to appear in a hurry. Flamel Villa Place. Upon arrival I knock on the door, wait about 5 minutes. I heard the grandmother talking to someone on her way to the door. Perinel opens the door and gives me an excited hug. Welcome, my grandson. With a happy smile he also hugged her back. Thank you, grandmother. Let me introduce you to this old fool, he is my husband and you can call him grandfather, says Perinel. I give him an enthusiastic hug. Hi, grandpa. Nicholas, without being able to say anything I had to surrender to his wife's wishes. It is a pleasure to have a grandson like you. Grandpa can call me Max, says Maximum. I am Nicholas Flamel, delighted to meet you, and my wife Perinel speaks highly of you, says Maximum. Surprised, he asked, you are that Nicholas Flamel, who created that striking object and called it the Philosopher's Stone? Nicholas for the first time in many years felt strange, so out of curiosity he asked if that Nicholas Flamel is me. Why, is there a problem? Not really. Just a little curious why you created the artifact and then published it, but you reserved your findings for yourself. That is why you point to yourself and those you love, since people would covet your treasure, I said, curious. Nicholas, somewhat perplexed and ashamed, said, well, the truth is that I did not tell anyone, but one night I went to drink with some friends and I got drunk. Being drunk I published the Philosopher's Stone. Comment. 6 comments. Vote. Chapter 19, For the Common Good. Chapter 19, For the Common Good. Hi, I'm the author. The news written by the newspaper The Prophet will be inside, The Prophet. Albus point of view. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Director's office dash. Today I was having a very bad day. First, there were no lemon drops in the store since someone bought them all, and secondly, my headache was because of that girl Rita, who is a reporter for the newspaper The Prophet. I had to admit that the girl has an incredible talent for getting news and killing your reputation in the process. The worst part is that she wrote the truth and didn't make anything up. Reading the Daily Prophet, the headline read, Lord of Light Albus Dumbledore flees from the duel to death. Damn, this almost ruined my reputation, and the worst thing is that she knew that she secretly founded the Phoenix Order. It seems that I will have to pay a visit to this Rita. To manipulate her mind and put it in the service of the light, I kept reading to see if the girl had discovered something of my plans, for the greater good of the world. Dear British readers, wizards and witches, you will not believe the impact that it is for me to give this news, and yesterday while looking for a news I found out about the meeting between the Lord of Light and the Dark Lord. I went to the place, and under my cloak of invisibility, I was able to slip away and observe from a safe place. Upon arrival, observe the confrontation of the Wizards of Light and Dark. On the side of light, the illegal vigilantes of the Order of the Phoenix, and was founded by Albus Dumbledore recently to fight against his enemy Dark Lord Lord Voldemort and his Death Eaters. To be honest, it was not a battle, it was a total and one-sided massacre. Well, I don't know what Albus was thinking when he told his vigilante troops that he could only use stunners and non-lethal spells to defend himself, when he himself uses a whole repertoire of spells to kill. Oh, for Merlin, this girl definitely needs a visit for everyone's common good or mine. Calm down, Albus, you must use your secret supply of lemon drops for emergencies. I search the hidden space of my desk and take out a small box with 5 drops of lemon. I eat one and immediately feel my body relax. Now I'll keep reading. When the one-sided slaughter started, it looked like pigs sent to the slaughterhouse, and none of the watchful had proper training from an ERA or HIT wizard certified by our ministry. They were mostly muggle-born and without any magical training or masteries. On the other hand, the dark side was covered by veteran Death Eaters and mastery of their dark arts, because in every spell cast by them was the undoing of the side of light. Albus, seeing the almost lost battle, did something stupid. Instead of retreating and reorganizing or perhaps training his order of illegal vigilantes. No, dear British readers, wizard and witches, our dear Lord of Light foolishly defied the Dark Lord. What I would call an impromptu duel in the heat of battle, and I don't know if he has lost power or has not practiced his spells in a long time, or he's old, but the Dark Lord played with Albus as if he were an 11-year-old boy in his first year at Hogwarts, and then he almost fatally wounded him. Cornered and without a chance, Albus did something that shocked this reporter. I summon her Phoenix, and you would believe that he would make a flare of fire and eliminate many enemies and give the order to escape to her naive and inexperienced watchers of the Order of the Phoenix. I must take another lemon drop. This Witch of Rita is already on my list of people to visit and straightens to the path of light. Dear British readers, wizards and witches, what I am going to tell you next is something shocking, demotivating and very sad. But what our dear Lord of Light did next when invoking his Phoenix was to escape the battle and leaving behind the naive and inexperienced wizards of the Phoenix Order to their fate. I am sad to say and report which side of the light it was totally butchered and no one survived. While the dark side, there were only a few wounded here and there, nothing serious that cannot be cured with a couple of potions and good rest. This is bad. I thought we had killed several. It seems that they played the dead, and I will have to pay a couple of visits to the Death Eaters to kill them in person. I cannot allow Tom to get stronger. This reporter is very sad to report that I don't know what Albus Dumbledore was playing when he wanted to lead this group of innocent sheep ready to die, but I can't judge, since maybe he was scared. We will have to wait to see her statement. to be she honest I would not follow Albus Dumbledore nor will pay me and because I know would abandon me halfway. It is official, this witch is on my list of people who must disappear. I will find out where she lives, I will visit her and I will get rid of her. I kept reading to see what else I could discover. In other news, at a distance from the Battle of Light and Darkness, our powerful young minister Eugenia Jenkins was present, who gladly gave me a quick interview. As that girl from Eugenia arrived at that place, I certainly must pay her a visit and I must be cautious. She may be young, but she has a very powerful mental defense. Continue reading. I asked him what he thought, to which he informed me that he had received almost daily visits from Albus Dumbledore and told him that there was a Dark Lord, but he never told us who he was, what his objective was and who were his followers. It seemed to us the ministry that this was a personal fight between Albus and, as Dumbledore Tom or Voldemort call him. Through an anonymous source we know that Lord Voldemort is the anagram of Tom Marvolo Riddle, heir to House Gaunt and heir to House Slytherin. How is it possible, myself, to delete every trace of those records? Certainly Rita knows a lot. I must delete it. I eat another drop of lemon and I keep reading. Who was an orphan at birth, but was discovered by Dumbledore at the age of 11 and who became his magical guardian, was further deprived of his rights as a wizard of a more noble and older house. Until he was 23 years old, according to the anonymous source, he was enraged because Albus had seen his stupid face, so he swears to take revenge on his former teacher. What is this? As they know the truth, it will be that he is inventing it and by chance it is successful. If so, that girl has a very powerful and wild imagination. How is it possible, myself, to delete every trace of those records? Certainly Rita knows a lot. I must delete it. I eat another drop of lemon and I keep reading. Who was an orphan at birth, but was discovered by Dumbledore at the age of 11 and who became his magical guardian, was further deprived of his rights as a wizard of a more noble and older house. Until he was 23 years old, according to the anonymous source, he was enraged because Albus had seen his stupid face, so he swears to take revenge on his former teacher. What is this? As they know the truth, it will be that he is inventing it and by chance it is successful. If so, that girl has a very powerful and wild imagination. After traveling the world and training, he returned to demand an apology or on a duel from Albus. But the crazy old man said that he was just an insignificant wizard and not worth his time, to which Voldemort, who changed his name to be announced as a respectable wizard of Wizarding Society. He became enraged and attacked Albus, almost defeating the director. In turn, it was said from an anonymous source that angry and frustrated screams were heard. Given that apparently Albus had stolen something from Voldemort from his trust vault when he was his magical guardian, and apparently Albus was the first to found the Order of the Phoenix. Voldemort, seeing that Albus had followers, went to look for his own to help him. According to our beautiful minister Eugenia Jenkins, the ministry will not intervene in this and does not want to encourage the flames of this conflict between two magicians. The only thing they will intervene is to keep safe the innocents who did not join these two sides to fight. This reporter says goodbye to report the truth on another occasion. I will make it clear that this reckless reporter will infiltrate and get an interview with Lord Voldemort himself to find the truth of the matter. If I die in the process, I make it clear that always look for the truth. When I finished reading, I felt an anger like no other had felt. That girl ruined my reputation, but I can get back up. And then there is Minister Jenkins, who did not even feel her on the other side of the battle. I thought it was a naive and incompetent sheep because it is young, but it is becoming a nuisance. I must have been distracted trying to hold back on Tom, and now that it's all that shit I stole from Tom, it was only a couple of million corresponding to my invaluable teaching. Also, the extra galleons are for the common good. I will have to go over many of my plans and manipulate the blacks again. I hope it doesn't go wrong this time, and I never thought Drula was an overprotective mother. The good thing is that I bought that abandoned cabin in Tom's name, and that's probably why they didn't join her cause. Next year the young black heir will come to study at Hogwarts. I must be very careful with my plans, and because the blacks allied themselves with House Dovahkiin. I am disappointed in young Maximilian. I thought he would immediately come and kill Tom, label him the Dark Lord. But young Maximilian is just like his grandfather. He is an intelligent man and does not allow himself to be carried away by circumstances and investigates his own things. The problem is that I have never seen him and I cannot judge him, but he is someone worthy of respect. I like how he played with those old goats from the Wizengamo so that they would give him their galleons. I had not even thought of such a wonderful idea to ruin the nobles and the ministry, and I even benefit from the galleons that I lend on behalf of Tom. Win without losing anything, this is about, for the common good. In addition, I worry about the solid base of the neutrals, who remain on the sidelines while they kill my army, and the problem is that I will have to be patient because I am losing. Also, whoever is funding Tom, his entire Death Eater team is well equipped and it is a great fortune. I will have to drag the Potters to my cause again. But I will have to do it subtle and tactfully, as the current Lord Potter's wife belongs to House Black. I don't know if I can trust her, but I will try, or maybe manipulate them when the young heir comes to study Hogwarts, if that will be a great idea. So many plans and so few followers, maybe a couple of Order of the Phoenix experts live the flames. Apparently Lucius joined the cause of Voldemort since he is in love with him. Our love is one of the reasons why we were wrong so many times, and I know from a good source that Abraxas Malfoy is very angry about that, since due to the stupidity of his son he came into conflict with the Black House. Now the Blacks are repressing their business. Eating his last drop of lemon, Albus says I have all the time in the world and everything I do is for the common good. Comment. 5 comments. Vote. Chapter 20, Rise to Power of the Dark Lord. Chapter 20, Rise to Power of the Dark Lord. Hello, I am the author. The news written by the newspaper The Prophet will be inside The Prophet. Voldemort's point of view. My name is Lord Voldemort. Things had never gone too well for me, and all thanks to the fact that I have a secret investor. He calls himself Mr. Business, who belongs to a dark syndicate that seeks to monopolize the world from the shadows. They told me that if I could defeat Albus Dumbledore it would help me ruin his reputation, and since they would pay a large sum of galleons to a reporter, to give me an advantage in the war. They bought everything I asked for. I had money to burn and told me to prolong the war to annihilate future threats, that in times of peace nothing can be done to them. But I had no problems, because all I had to do was kill out a couple of fries here and there. When a note came from Mr. Business and he told me to read the newspaper The Prophet, said that he had bought the minister with a large number of galleons, that he would not attack the ministry until she was discharged from his position in 1975, but he told me that if I needed something the required law was on my side while she was in charge. I laughed at that, as my followers tried to buy her, but she refused, and now Mr. Business bought her for the cause. But when I read the newspaper, I was surprised by how well informed Mr. Business was and how I use my story as an orphan to brand Dumbledore as evil, but he changed all the facts that I was half-blood. Instead I branded myself a pure blood and heir of a noble and ancient house. She even said that Dumbledore stole me. I will have to check my account in the Gringotts to see if this part of the story is true and why it sounds so incredible. In the newspaper it said the following. Lord of Light Albus Dumbledore flees from the duel to the death. An intriguing and powerful title. I liked how it sounded and even imagined when Dumbledore fled from me like a dog. With my very high interest I continued reading the newspaper. Dear British readers, wizards and witches, you will not believe the impact that it is for me to give this news, and yesterday while looking for a news I found out about the meeting between the Lord of Light and the Dark Lord. I went to the place and under my cloak of invisibility, I was able to slip away and observe from a safe place. Upon arrival observe the confrontation of the wizards of light and dark, on the side of light the illegal vigilantes of the Order of the Phoenix, and was founded by Albus Dumbledore recently to fight against his enemy Dark Lord Voldemort and his Death Eaters. To be honest, it was not a battle, it was a total and one-sided massacre. Well, I don't know what Albus was thinking when he told his vigilante troops that he could only use stunners and non-lethal spells to defend himself, when he himself uses a whole repertoire of spells to kill. Each word said made me laugh with satisfaction, but I kept reading since I did not want to miss anything. When the one-sided slaughter started, it looked like pigs sent to the slaughterhouse. None of the watchful had proper training from an era or hit wizard certified by our ministry. They were mostly muggle-born and without any magical training or masteries. On the other hand, on the dark side he was covered by veteran Death Eaters mastering their dark arts. Each spell cast by them was the bane of the light side. Albus, seeing the battle almost lost, did something stupid. Instead of retreating and reorganizing, and maybe train their order of illegal vigilantes. No, dear British readers, wizard and witches, our dear Lord of Light foolishly challenged the Dark Lord to what I would call an impromptu duel in the heat of battle, and I don't know if he has lost his power or has not practiced his spells in much time, or is old, but the Dark Lord played with Albus, as if he were an 11-year-old boy in his first year at Hogwarts. And then he almost fatally wounded him. Cornered and without any opportunity, Albus did something that this reporter left me shocked. He summoned his phoenix, and you would believe that he would make a flare of fire and eliminate many enemies and give the order to escape his naive and inexperienced watchers of the Order of the Phoenix. I certainly laughed at that silly old Dumbledore bringing useless wizards to a war. Only he would come up with something like that. Read on. Dear British readers, wizards and witches, what I am going to tell you next is something shocking, demotivating and very sad. But what our dear Lord of Light did next when invoking his phoenix was to escape the battle and leaving behind the naive and inexperienced wizards of the Phoenix Order to their fate. I am sad to say and report which side of the light it was totally butchered and no one survived. While the dark side there were only a few wounded here and there, nothing serious that cannot be cured with a couple of potions and good rest. Even I felt sorry for those muggle-born boys, and the way the girl Rita writes is incredible. Ha ha, it makes me laugh a lot. I kept reading to see what new. This reporter is very sad to inform you that I don't know what Albus Dumbledore was playing when he wanted to lead this group of innocent sheep ready to die. But I can't judge, since maybe he was scared. We will have to wait to see her statement. To be honest, I would not follow Albus Dumbledore, nor will they pay me, and because I know he would abandon me halfway. Ha ha, this girl Rita, ha ha, group of innocent sheep, and I like the term, I will use it in the future, ha ha. I agree with her. Who would follow that old fool in his right mind, and following him is certain death. I kept reading hoping to see what other interesting things they had written in the newspaper. In other news, in a distance from the Battle of Light and Darkness, our powerful and young minister Eugenia Jenkins was present, who gladly gave me a quick interview, and I asked her what she thought, to which she informed me that she had received visits almost daily of Albus Dumbledore and telling him that there was a Dark Lord, but he never told us who he was, what his goal was and who his followers were. It seemed to us, the ministry, that this was a personal fight between Albus and, as Dumbledore Tom or Voldemort call him. Through an anonymous source we know that Lord Voldemort is the anagram of Tom Marvolo Riddle, heir to House Gaunt and heir to House Slytherin. Who was an orphan at birth, but was discovered by Dumbledore at the age of 11 and who became his magical guardian, was also deprived of his rights as a wizard of a more noble and older house. Until he was 23 years old, according to the anonymous source, he was enraged because Albus had seen his idiotic face, so he swore to take revenge on his ex-teacher. After traveling the world and training, he returned to demand an apology or on a duel from Albus. But the crazy old man said that he was just an insignificant wizard and not worth his time, to which Voldemort, who changed his name to be announced as a respectable wizard of Wizarding Society. He became enraged and attacked Albus, almost defeating the director. In turn, it was said from an anonymous source that angry and frustrated screams were heard. Given that Albus had apparently stolen something from Voldemort from his trust vault, when he was his magical guardian, and apparently Albus was the first to found the Order of the Phoenix. Voldemort, seeing that Albus had followers, went to find his own to help him. Oh, for Merlin, what creativity! I am sure that everything is invented, because there was no one there in the battle. I am also sure that the Minister Eugenia was at a noble party organized by one of my followers. Ha ha, so this was the plan of Mr. Business. I certainly use the Minister Eugenia to discredit the old man, and I read on. Everything as the Mr. Business said. Now I can reconcile my position and see what other movement I can make to cause pain to the old man, and I will have to go to the Gringotts to see my vaults of confidence. Inside me I think that that part was not invented. Comment. 6 comments. Vote. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. The start of the 1970 World Masters Dueling Championship in France. Chapter 21. The start of the 1970 World Masters Dueling Championship in France. Today was an interesting day for me as the 1970 World Dueling Championship began, since as the World Dueling Champion, I had my place reserved as champion, and in addition to sponsoring the national competitions of different countries, they shook hands to promote the sport. Why did it generate a lot of profit for the host country, and I did the promotions similar to boxing, but based on soccer and some differences. In addition, I put categories by dueling ranges. For the children from 11 to 14 years old, that would be the rank dueling apprentice could win the amount from 1000 G to 5000 G, and then there were the adolescents who wanted to show their worth from 15 to 17 years, dueling rookies who would earn an amount of 10,000 G to 20,000 G. Then comes the category of adults, which includes the rank amateur, who can only participate 3 times and go up in rank or retire from the rank and can win a prize of 100,000 G. Many galleons for fans who want to have fun and earn some money. Then comes the category of the semi-professional rank, which could win about 500,000 G of the prize, and then comes the category of the professional rank, which would win an amount of 1 million G to 3 million depending on the championship event. Then comes the heavyweights, the category of duel masters, and this is where the rank duel masters show all their power. To reach this category you must win 10 championships at professional rank and be certified as a dueling master by your ministry. In this range you make you rich, earned from 10 million G to 20 million G. Now comes the category for the rank Grand Duel Master. This is very difficult to win, since you must face in the arena of the World Championship duel with 10 Duel Master and win your ascension, but if you succeed, you can win fame, glory, and the wealth would be yours. You could make a living from this profession, because if you won a championship in this category the prize would be 100 million G, so much wealth for all your efforts. Now comes the category of kings, the rank dueling legend, or as I like to call it, dueling tyrants. In this category it is difficult to move up, as it required fighting 100 dueling grandmasters at the same time and winning. Also mastering a spell in 1,000 different ways, and in a promotional fight, you could win a lot of galleons. About 500 million for promotional fights and about 1,000,000,000,000 G for championships. With so many galleons, fame, glory, wealth and your name would go down in the history books, your name immortalized. Such honor was something that made magicians crazy. What they were not very intelligent and they liked battles, but they did not know how to make a living with their magic. In each category there was a champion to defend their titles and the magicians liked that there was a way to earn a living with his magic and was also good for the healers and the portioners, since they could gain experience and money, since each participant requires their own team to accompany them. Now, why go through all this headache promoting duelists or battle masters? Simple, after the War of Grindelwald the magicians died and if it sounds sad, but the problem is that those who remained alive believed themselves powerful. When at that time they were only half strong, since they were at the top they did not want to be outmatched and so they discreetly banned some magic, leaving the general population weaker. Of course not an extreme case like in Great Britain, that Dumbledore is prohibiting everything, from what can kill him or can overcome it. Using the money as bait, I plan to raise the people magic power level again. In addition, even though you can win a large amount it does not tell you the dangers and you should always be careful because in a duel you can die or be crippled and that is where your career as a duelist ends. Also the costs for potions and healings are not cheap at all. And that is why it is difficult to be a healer or a portioner, since the cost of ingredients and materials is very high. They really think it's easy to earn that money. You have to get certified first and that's a mountain of paperwork, unless you have a magical lawyer to help you with the procedures and paperwork. Aside a magic lawyer, it is one of the best paid jobs there is and because there must study the magic law, which is an almost impossible task, because a magic law and it has it's against magic law. Here I was, in the French Quidditch stadium at the moment, watching a crowd of people from different countries and ready to spend their galleons. In addition, a modification was made to the stadium with runes to enlarge, so that the stadium was huge and could cover 3 million people. Then food stores of all kinds from different countries came, among top quality food and there were even hot dog with dragon meat sausage. Let me tell you it's amazing tasty with magic plant sauce. Brands of magical clothes, toys of the dueling champions and the clothes they wear for their duels. It was a paradise for any goblin accountant, because the first days of the championship she made millions of galleons just by selling tickets and whether it was private boxes, public places and the best VIP seats, etc. Now I will tell you my other purpose in participating in the World Duel Championship. I want to maintain my undefeated streak for at least 20 years in a row and promote the duel tournaments more, so that it is a respectable profession. Furthermore, it would have a blind and battle-mad fan base. It would be absolute by the time the Harry Potter plot begins. In addition, being a master of dueling is not very appreciated in the magical community, since in times of war we are worshipped as idols but in times of peace we are treated like plagues. I have lived it from the memories of my body. I was able to see this treatment in various countries and now with the influence of the economy, I am driving the profession of the Masters of Grief, which aims to remove the mentality of sheep and put a pair of fangs. Furthermore, with the influence of galleons and a bit of cooperation here and there, the ministries have no choice but to engage and cooperate. Also, who does not want to cooperate when there are so many galleons for each country and who in their right mind did not want a piece of cake? For next year I will try to establish the World Federation of Duels. It will be something great. Suddenly in the middle of the stage a man appears shouting at the top of his lungs, "Welcome wizards and witches from all over the world, to the most incredible event of the year, the World Master Rank Championship." People in the stands in a frenzy shouting cheers and rumbled in joyous applause. I will be your host, Arman Valalignum. Some could see the competition of promising young wizards and witches, where their young champions were victorious, says Arman in a cheerful way. People went crazy in the stands animated, there were young, old wizards. Also our amateur championship tournaments, which was very animated and favored by the public, who won someone that nobody expected. Fuck, because of that lucky boy I lost my bet, says Arman in a regrettable way. The crowd booed and laughed at the unfortunate host. However, this was what the host wanted, because you could see him smiling. Ungrateful bastards, laughing at my misfortune. Well, then we witnessed our fabulous semi-pro world championship debut, and this time I won my bet. Ungrateful bastards, ha ha, says Arman in a very cheeky way. The very lively crowd was yelling, then booing the host. He even saw a couple of stun spells being cast at him, that made me laugh. Then for our enjoyment, we got to see the great battles of the professional world championship and the people who want to build a career, with a fabulous prize of wealth, fame and honor, says Arman with pride and confidence. The audience in the stands cheered, some even whistled spells, others cursed their luck for not having participated, and some even wanted to see how the duels unfold. Our lucky world champion of the professional rank, the beautiful sweet Alexandra Esmeralda, and who won the grandiose sum of 2 million G, says Arman in a surprised and in love way. The crowd cheerfully chanted the champion's name, until the host said a few words. Oh Merlin, that girl is single. Oh Merlin, this is my day to meet a beautiful young woman with many galleons. Arman, this is your opportunity to woo a beautiful and rich lady, says Arman cheekily. The angry crowd cast various spells on the host, but he quickly dodged them and said, now for our first duel of the round of the 16 most powerful duel masters in the world, a man who has proven time and time again that blood cannot impede your progress in the dueling world. Loud applause for the British champion, Phileas Flitwick, says Arman excited. People went crazy, shouting that Phileas had a couple of fans. Suddenly a well-dressed little man is seen, walking animatedly and enthusiastically to the platform. Now his opponent, a very strict man, disciplined and committed to being the best, Egyptian champion Aziz Zala, says Arman. To be continue. Comment. 21 comments. Vote. Chapter 22, Chapter 22, World Dueling Championship 1970I. Chapter 22, World Dueling Championship 1970I. Here I am, watching the start of the duel between Phileas Flitwick vs Aziz Zala. They were both very good duelists, but my favorite was Phileas, and to be honest I don't know how it was never straight from Hogwarts, since he was a very good professor. I focus again to observe the host. Now his opponent, a very strict man, disciplined and committed to being the best, Egypt champion Aziz Zala, says Arman. The crowd chanted the name Aziz. It seemed he was well liked and had a lot of fans in the stands. A dark-skinned man, wearing an elegant white Egyptian shawl, approaches the platform. Adorned with gold accessories on the forearms and neck, with a muscular upper part and tattooed with hieroglyphs, and the most distinctive feature was his shaved head, focused grey eyes and strange gaze, with a sharp and serious aura. To be honest, the guy dressed like a pharaoh from ancient Egypt, and from the information I get from my spies, he is someone very experienced in magical combat. I kept watching the actions on the platform. Host Arman walks up to the middle of the platform between the two adversaries and says, now who will have the knowledge, experience and power to witness and judge such a high-class duel? Let's give a big welcome to retired former champion Aberforth Dumbledore, and he has a long experience of more than 300 duels around the world. You will wonder how I made Aberforth work as a referee. I'll tell you, it was easy, and I only told him that if he worked as a referee, his brother Albus would envy him to death. Since it would be known worldwide, instead of being only known in Great Britain. I kept watching the platform. The crowd cheered up, clapping and shouting. Clearly Aberforth had a lot of fans in the dueling world, as the man was well known as a great dueling fighter and had great war experience in the Grindelwald War. Soon a man approached the platform. He was tall and thin, with a well-trained body like that of a fighter, with a great deal of grey hair and a long, stringy beard. His eyes were a brilliant soul-piercing shade of blue and were usually hidden behind the dirty lenses of his glasses. Aberforth, when approaching, says directly, "I want an honourable duel. You can only win the duel by stunning, wounding or what your opponent surrenders, and you cannot kill the opponent, it is understood?" They both answer yes. Both opponents nod, present their wands in keeping with tradition. They turn around and walk the 10 steps, then they turn and look into each other's eyes with great battle intent. Host Arman says when the bell rings the duel begins. Ting, ting. As I watched the duel, I was hungry, so I asked Piram to bring me something delicious and eat while I watch. Suddenly the two collided, their spell, and I heard Arman speak. Host Arman dramatically says as he's wasting no time launching an "Oh my Merlin." Phileas dodges it with a set of quick steps and soon launches a and combo at him. The audience could be seen watching the movements of Aziz and Phileas, one at other times they exclaimed in amazement and were surprised that they could dodge almost at the last moment. This was the difference of the category of duel masters between with the other categories. Host Armara 7-minute suspension has passed and both opponents are desperately draining their magic to claim victory. Oh my Merlin. Phileas casts a powerful lion transfiguration and dodges Aziz's freezing spell. Both opponents cease their attacks and already tired they look into each other's eyes with a maniacal smile and a great overflowing intention of victory. It was clear that both were battle maniacs. You could even see our referee Aberforth with a maniacal smile as well. Host Arman says dramatically Phileas sees an opportunity to spear. Aziz falls to his knee to the ground, as his legs are not working and he does not give up, he casts a spell. From the stands people awaited the outcome of the battle with an expectant silence. Aberforth was ready to intervene. Phileas dodged the spell, but just as he was about to attack and finish off his opponent, Aziz cast a 3 non-verbal spell combo at him in succession with, and finished off. Aberforth quickly throws him a Phileas protection to soften ground, the winner Aziz Zala. I'll be honest, I didn't expect that. I wholeheartedly wanted Phileas to win, and I'm going to have to send him a current book on duels, because his methods are quite rigid. Announcer Arman, oh my Merlin, what a duel, what a dynamite and what kind of ending. Hell, for a moment I thought Phileas would win, but at the moment that nobody expected, Aziz cunningly allowed himself to be struck by the spell and immediately launched it to distract Phileas, and the moment of truth finished Phileas with all his might. Even I thought that Phileas had the victory in the bag. The fans in the stands chanted the name Aziz. You could even see people crying and cursing because of Phileas' bad luck. Surely he had lost a lot of galleons in his bets, and perhaps some were sad for Phileas, no one would know. Suddenly the host approached Aziz to ask him something, and that Arman guy was a total gossip. The host Arman approached Aziz, who was being treated by his recovery team. Aziz, what do you think of your opponent? Aziz, with a serious face and a little tired, replied in Egyptian language, I will only say that Mr. Phileas gave everything and I respect him for that, but in the end I longed for victory more than he did. To her comment I will say that she was just lucky, because Phileas did not finish her off when she should. And I kept watching and listening. The crowd of fans, upon hearing the words of their idol, quickly rose in cheers, applause, fanaticism and shouting her name. Aziz, 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 Aziz. Host Oman Aziz. What are your plans for this year's championship? Aziz looks at me with a big maniacal smile and then looks at the audience and said, actually, I have two plans and my first plan is very simple, win all my matches, and my second plan is to defeat El Tirano. All these guys dream of my defeat and some even dream of my death. The crowd quickly laughs with laughter and I encourage Aziz to give it a try, given that no one has ever challenged the tyrant, much less defeated him. Host Oman saw an opportunity to crush the audience's spirits and smiled. And how do you plan to do that? Since the day he debuted as a world champion in 1967, he has not lost once and has defended his title successfully for 3 consecutive years. Tell me, did you do any secret training? Aziz laughs and says, you'll find out soon. Aziz retreats from the platform with the help of his team, while the crowd was alight with cheers and applause, and he certainly shrewdly dodged the question. Honestly guys, I don't expect much from him, and why did he have a hard time defeating Phileas? Host Oman, seeing that he couldn't get anything from Aziz, had a backup plan, so he quickly went to the losing side and quickly closing in on Phileas. Host Oman, tell me, friend Phileas, how did you feel about participating in the World Championship of the Dueling Master category and being ranked among the top 16 strongest magicians in the world? Phileas cheerfully replied, I certainly never thought I'd go this far, and to be ranked as one of the 16 strongest wizards in the world is a great honor. The audience rises in an ovation of applause and encouragement for the little man, who raises his hand in response. Host Oman, Phileas, tell me, I saw many young magicians cheering you on from the stands. Phileas smiles with great pride and tells me, those young people, they are my students from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, who came with me to gain experience and see how wide the world is. The crowd threw another cheer of applause at him, and you could see the odd spectators were quite surprised that Phileas was a teacher. If I did not know that he is a teacher, I would also be surprised. The host Oman responds in surprise, what a man, who would have guessed that a fierce duelist like you would be a professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and you leave me quite surprised. Phileas smiles enthusiastically and says, I'm just doing the best I can, as well as showing my students that there is a vast world to see and you always have to learn from day to day to be prepared for the present. The crowd is silent, astonished by the little professor's wisdom, and quickly throws another cheer of applause at him. I, on the other hand, agreed with Phileas's words. Certainly, you have to learn from day to day to be prepared for the present and thus be able to face the challenges. To be continue. Creator's thoughts. Memonic. I know that some do not like the saga of the tournament, because it is very serious. It adds a little humor and comments from the protagonist to make it more bearable. I hope they give him another chance, and that is because I put a surprise at the tournament. I hope don't miss it. And thanks for the support. I know it's hard to read my story sometimes, but I hope you can excuse me since I don't know anything about English. He helped me with a translator application, where I translate paragraph by paragraph. Comment. 5 comments. Vote. Chapter 23, 1970 World Duel Championship 2. Chapter 23, 1970 World Duel Championship 2. Hello friends, I am your favorite fictional protagonist Maximum. Currently I just watched the Phileas vs Aziz duel. Let me tell you, it was excited and even I thought Phileas would win. I did not expect Aziz to be stubborn and last second cast a spell that defeats Phileas. I am currently watching the host Oman Gossiper. Host: Oh man Professor, those are great teaching words, ha ha. Well my dear friend Phileas, and what do you think of the changes in our grieving community? The animated crowd clapped in recognition. Phileas smiles and responds, certainly the champion tyrant is a man of honor and knows what each of us goes through. By saying we mean all magicians who like to compete and fight with their magical abilities. Certainly for that comment, I will send the books to him. I hope he improves in the future and becomes a powerful dueling grandmaster and perhaps hopefully a dueling legend. The lively crowd nods and claps in recognition. The host: Oh man, what do you think that duels become a sport worldwide? It is certainly well recognized, but in some parts of our magical community it is not well regarded, so I think I would like everyone to see dueling as the traditional sport that it is, which represents our pride as wizards and witches around the world, Phileas said. The cheering crowd nodded and applauded in recognition and victorio to Phileas. Host: Oh man, my friend, you are a very cultured man, I hope you do well and I hope to see you again next year. Phileas in great enthusiasm said it will be a great honor to see us next year. The crowd dismisses Phileas in a standing ovation of applause and recognition. Certainly some would even buy Phileas collectible toys when leaving the stadium. Host: Oh man walks up to the middle of the platform and says, we have just witnessed a duel between two powerful wizards, one was left with defeat and the other was victorious. The maddened audience in the stands was screaming and cheering for the two competitors. Host: Oh man, I hope you are ready to see more, because our next match will be very interesting and as two powerful wizards will compete for a place to rank among the 8 best wizards in the world. Do you want to see it? The audience in the stands cheerfully cheers up and says yes. Certainly this guy, oh man, knows how to move the public, maybe he should give him a bonus for hard work. The host: Oh man smiles. The next participant has participated 3 years in a row, tried to bring down the tyrant from the top of the dueling world, but failure, however, that did not stop him. Since this year he appeared again to fight, the magician who never gives up, Austrian champion Walter Joseph Blast. The audience rejoices, as Walter is one of the favorites and has earned the recognition of the public. A man over 60 can be seen walking to the platform with a cheerful smile greeting the public, wearing a traditional magician's robe. Blue color, he was tall and a bit robust, black hair with gray grays, with a trimmed and well-groomed beard and light blue eyes. I would tell you, that Walter is a stubborn old man, that no matter how many times you beat him he would come back for another beating and he never gave up, he was always in a good mood. When Walter arrived on the platform, he asked the announcer, Chico, a man seems to be working hard, and how was that girl from last year, you could marry her? Immediately the crowd laughed at the host's misfortune, as they knew he was a lonely dog. Even I felt sorry for the man. The host: Oh man, Mr. Walter, the truth is that I tried, but the girl didn't want to go out with me and she married another man. It's sad, boy, to hear it. If you can't find a partner for next year, then this old man will help you establish a marital commitment and I assure you that you will get married, says Walter. Host: Oh man, seriously older? Walter confidently answers, of course. Even I was surprised. Old Walter is known as a natural matchmaker in the dueling circle, because some duelists are very clumsy and cannot find a suitable wife. Host: Oh man quickly bows. Then this young man will be counting on you, Mr. Walter. Walter turns around and sees the shocked referee and asks Aberforth, Old Grunt, are you still alive? The crowd laughs at the comment. These two old men are known. Walter and Aberforth are rivals and friends in their time. It is just that Aberforth retired and Walter continued with his career as a duelist. Aberforth with a grumpy smile. He answers, of course, I'm still alive, stinky old man, and I'm the one who should ask you that you made yourself look even younger than before. Walter laughs. Ha ha, that's the difference between you and me, old man, I growled. I am a very cultured and intelligent man and I have been practicing the white rituals to extend my useful life. Aberforth doubtfully looks around and says, what, is there such a thing, stinking old man? Walter laughs and says, of course it exists, it's just that it is a difficult knowledge to learn and I doubt that you can understand it with your limited intelligence, ha ha. Aberforth confidently says, of course I'll understand. Who do you think you are, and I'll prove it to you next year. You will see. The host man interrupts so that these two old men do not start arguing like children in the middle of the platform, and shouting says, the next participant is a woman of spectacular beauty and great prestige. The crowd in an ovation of applause contemplated who could be the beauty of which the announcer mentions. The host, the man with a flattering smile, says, it is my pleasure to present one of the sexiest women in the world, and without further ado, a loud ovation to the champion of Russia, Tatiana Alyanovna Romanova, the Empress of Ice, undefeated in his country. Wow, this woman came back this year. I know she will surely be mad at me for treating her like a last time, and since I was not interested in her. Well, she wanted to use me, but I did not want to get involved in any of that, and why is it very complicated? The audience quickly rose to cheers and singing as the champion had a distinctive entrance. You can see from the entrance of the participants, an icy fog spreading rapidly through the atmosphere of the platform. From the background you could hear footsteps of heels walking calmly to the platform. Soon a shadow could be seen to be discerned, but the icy fog was very thick, almost nothing to be distinguished, and soon the shadow stopped in the middle of the platform. The fog dissipates. You can see a 25-year-old woman with an extremely sensual body, an hourglass silhouette, each part of her body well proportioned, white skin, 1.75 m tall, and weighing approximately 59 kilograms, 130 pounds, her curly red hair, vibrant light green eyes, with a proud and smug smile as if she was showing off her beauty. In the stands you could see a large number of magicians with drool in their mouths, and if you looked at their eyes you could see that they were hazy and out of focus, as if they had a very erotic fantasy. You could also observe a group of witches full of admiration, since Tatiana is the role model of what the young witches wanted to be. Tatiana wears a beautiful green dress, with green jade ornaments. For her image you could see that she is a very glamorous and seductive woman. I will only comment that the woman very is beautiful and is very lethal. Host man was also drooling a bit, but he quietly composed himself and said, beautiful Tatiana, how are you this year? Tatiana watches the poor host trying to gain some image and laughs sexually. He, oh dear man, it seems you don't see many beautiful women recently. I'm fine, man. The host man was silent as he did not want to answer her. Tatiana, knowing that he would not say anything, looks around and sees the old Walter. Tatiana with a confident smile says, Grandpa Walter, you haven't retired yet. To be continue. Comment. 4 comments. Vote. Chapter 24, 1970 World Duel Championship 3. Chapter 24, 1970 World Duel Championship 3. A continuation. Hello friends, how are you all? I'm Max, your favorite protagonist. I was currently watching the dramatic conversation between Walter and Tatiana. To be honest, every time I saw Tatiana I had a bad feeling, and I don't know why. Walter didn't seem offended, rather he laughed and said, ha ha, oh little Tatiana, this year this old man will win, and you can't help it. The witches in the stands boo him. Tatiana smiles in derision and says seductively, Jojo, we'll see that, Grandpa Walter, I hope you have the resistance to back up your words. The audience laughed at the comment. Ha ha, well you'll see, says Walter. Host Oman seemed a bit embarrassed to speak, but Jump quickly didn't want to get in the middle of these two participants are ready to duel. Walter and Tatiana respond, we are ready. Host Oman, okay, now I'm calling our referee Aberforth to start the duel. Aberforth walks up and says directly, I want an honorable and fair duel. You can only win the duel by stunning, wounding or your opponent surrender, and you cannot kill the opponent, it is understood. Walter and Tatiana answer yes. Both competitors present their wands in keeping with tradition. They turn around and walk the 10 steps, then they turn and look into each other's eyes with great battle intent. Host Oman, when the bell rings the duel begins. Ting, ting. For a moment I felt that Tatiana was looking in my direction, and I think that soon I will have a visit from this woman. Tatiana fires a combo of custom spells, and a sphere of frost shoots out at high speed. Walter is surprised, but she tries to protect herself and counter the spell with and succeeds. In the stands people were surprised as nobody expected that. At the moment that Walter trusts himself for having countered the spell and is caught off guard, because he realizes that he is being surrounded by a very dense and cold rain of frost. The icy cold she was feeling was hellish. She tried to cast a spell to warm herself, but Tatiana wouldn't give her that chance. Tatiana smiles seductively and quickly says, "Oh, this woman learned new tricks. I think it must be from my advice, and now she became an ice witch." In the stands the audience was in silence, since I could not imagine what Walter could be going through, and since they were also a bit cold, but they kept watching so as not to miss anything. A powerful ice dome can quickly be seen forming around the area where Walter was. You could say that poor old Walter didn't have a chance, or it could be said that Tatiana didn't give him a chance. Aberforth, shocked by the witch's display of power, walks over to examine the area where Walter was and quickly casts a powerful, along with a non-verbal fire spell to melt the dome and heat the area. On the ground you could see old Walter shaking. He seemed to have hypothermia from so much cold. His recovery team quickly approached to help him. Poor old man, Tatiana was ruthless with him and didn't give him a chance, since they were new spells. Host Oman was shivering with cold, but still he felt incredulous at the show of power. It seems that last year's defeat had opened a new path to power for the Ice Empress, since last year he did not possess those new spells. Customized. The crowd in the stands was quietly waiting for the announcement. Aberforth walks up and announces the winner. Walter cannot continue. The winner is Tatiana Alyanofna Romanova. The maddened crowd roared in an ovation and shouted her name and even called her by her nickname Tatiana, 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 Ice Empress, Ice Empress, Ice Empress, Tatiana, Ice Empress. When the host Oman saw that he had not had the opportunity to say something, since Tatiana did not give him a chance to narrate anything, he approaches Tatiana and asks Tatiana, "How do you feel about this victory?" Tatiana laughs flirtatiously, puts her hand to her mouth and touches her lips in a sensual way with her finger and says, "I was training very hard all year. But Grandpa Walter seems to have made no progress this year, and I hope he trains for next year and be a formidable competitor." In the stands the wizards and witches were chanting Tatiana's name, but they quickly calmed down to hear her statement. Host Oman sees this as an opportunity and asks Tatiana, "Do you mean you were training specifically to defeat the tyrant and become the world champion?" Tatiana is surprised by the question, but quickly shakes her head and says, looking in my direction, "Actually, I don't know if I can defeat Maximilian, but this lady will try." Tatiana, without giving any more opportunity to ask questions, turns around and walks off the dueling platform. As the crowd roared in cheers and approval of the witch, I, on the other hand, knew that he would soon come to my box to talk or try to seduce me. Host Oman was a little frustrated as I couldn't get anything done. He was trying to figure out what to do next to liven things up, and when he suddenly turns his sights on the losing side and immediately runs to Walter's side to try to get some information out. Host Oman says, "Walter, how are you feeling?" Walter, who was wrapped like a caterpillar between so many sheets to warm himself, replies, "Well, what can I say? It was a crushing defeat. Certainly Tatiana's power level caught me off guard. I never thought of doing my own spells. I think I hadn't thought of which meant the dual master category until I lost. I think I'll retrain these old bones." I laughed at the appearance of Walter was already very funny, all wrapped up like a caterpillar. The crowd cheers in consideration, and you could even see old wizards in the stands crying for Walter, and clearly old Walter had a good number of fans, who were sad that their idol was defeated. But they were stoked in ovations and cheers of encouragement when they heard that he would return next year. Host Oman comes over and says, "Mr. Walter, but don't forget that you would introduce me to a young witch, so I can get married." The crowd in anger insults the host for being so shameless, but our dear host didn't care about that. Walter laughs and says, "What an inconsiderate brat. Don't worry, what I am promise, Walter, I have always fulfilled, and a good man must always be true to his words." Aberforth, who was silent the whole time, says, "Stinky old man, I think your time is over and you should withdraw." Walter, enraged, replied, "To be continue. P.S. Spell information personalized and invented by the author. Ice sphere spell, which when hit with a ball of frost freezes you from cold. Among its effects, freezes your blood circulation and hypothermia. Frozen rain spell, is a rain of snowflakes that cold the area where it is cast. It is a complementary spell with a high concentration of cold in an area or power some type of cold spell. Effects cause freezing. Ice prison spells. The description of this spell is that a dome in the shape of a circle is formed in the thrown area where it concentrates the cold within a thick wall of ice. Comment. 6 comments. Vote. Chapter 25, Chapter 25, World Dueling Championship 4. Chapter 25, World Dueling Championship 4. A continuation. Walter, enraged by the comment, Aberforth replies, "What do you mean by that, old man Grumpy? Tell me that to my face." Aberforth, with a confident smile, replies, "I'm just telling the truth, you stinky old man. They kicked your old ass in less than 1 minute, and if that doesn't give you an idea that your skills are out of date, then I don't know what will." Walter, hearing Aberforth's implacable comment, his eyes turn red and he immediately says as he runs off the platform, "You'll see, this old man will train and come back, then let's see what you have to say." I could honestly only admire the never give up spirit of that old man. Host Oman says, "That was our very dear Walter Joseph Blast. Let's say goodbye to him with loud applause for the magician who never gives up." The public dismissed him in an ovation of applause and shouts, "Walter, Walter, Walter." They were quite happy that old Walter promised to return for the next year. Host Oman, with a joyous laugh, says, "Ha ha, you're ready to see more." Spectators in the stands euphorically shouted, "We are ready, we are ready." The host Oman sees the public state in good spirits and smiling says, "That's good, because this year we already have classified 2 of the best magicians among the 8 best magicians in the world, and now I will ask again, they are ready to receive and witness another duel." The audience in the delighted stands was shouting, "We are ready, we are ready." You could see the enthusiasm among the wizards and witches. Clearly they wanted to remain observant and have a time of entertainment. Host Oman says, "The next entrant is a man who has participated in numerous competitions and has shown his steadfastness and dedication to the sport. Let's welcome Alphard Black." "Oh yes, Alphard, as you know, is a madman, for battles and is very strategic in his spells. From the entrance of the participants, you can see a man walking elegantly to the platform, looking around him as if evaluating his next steps. Alphard was a man who reflected intelligence and with a cunning look of brown eyes, black hair, of average build, but upright and graceful. With a fairly decent appearance and certain features similar to Sirius Black from the Harry Potter saga, of a height of 1.70 cm, he wore elegant black Gothic clothing from Victoria, but with a simple design. The audience in the haunted stands was shouting, "Alphard, Alphard, Alphard." It was quite clear that he was highly favored, especially among witches, and it was because Alphard belongs to the prestigious House of Black. He already knew that if they managed to marry him, his future would be well accommodated. I was thinking about what kind of battle they would show me, when I saw the host running towards him, and I quickly asked him in gossip mode. Host Oman cheerfully says, "If you can already feel the excitement in the air, ha ha, Alphard, you are very good at duels, and so much that you have participated in several competitions and have even won some. However, I understand that this is your first time competing in the World Dueling Championship in the category of Dueling Master. Tell me how you feel." Alphard responds, "I think I do what I can with the circumstances, but being honest, and I hope to go as far as possible. I really feel very good." Host Oman, "You certainly do, I wish you luck." This Oman boy is always gossiping. Sometimes I wonder if he got the wrong career, and it's because he looks like a reporter. The audience in the delighted stands was shouting, "Alphard, Alphard, Alphard," clearly wishing him luck too. The host Oman, now his opponent, a man who has remained undefeated in his country for more than 6 years in a row, the champion of India, Mr. Rabin Patil. With the spell, a Hindu man appears on the platform dressed in a white kurta with a red circular design, an elegant shawl and a white extravagant design red turban. Of average Hindu appearance, with a large black mustache and black eyes. Rabin with smile, "Namaste, dear friends." Rabin greets the audience by placing the palms together, pressed one against the other, putting them together under the chin and making a slight bow of the head and body, starting at the waist. This guy from India started participating in dueling championships since he saw the huge numbers and has been participating ever since. The most unique thing about this guy is that if you look at his team of healers and portioners, they are all family. Spectators in the stands euphorically shouted, "Rabin, Rabin, Rabin." Host Oman comments, "Go, this is the fastest entry I have seen, and to witness this match our distinguished referee Aberforth." Aberforth walks up and says directly, "I want an honorable and fair duel. You can only win the duel by stunning, wounding or your opponent surrendering, and you cannot kill the opponent, understood?" Alphard and Rabin answer yes. Both competitors present their wands in keeping with tradition. They turn around and walk the 10 steps, then they turn and look into each other's eyes with great battle intent. Host Oman, when the bell rings the duel begins. Ting, ting. At that moment I felt a hand seductively touching me, and I said, "Hello, Tatiana, how are you?" "Hello my love, I'm fine, how are you?" says with a smile Tatiana. "I'm fine, and you could stop doing what you do with your hand," I say. "It's not that I didn't like it, it's just that I was getting turned on and it won't be good for me." "So you don't like it, that I touch you this way?" Tatiana tells me while. Suddenly the door opens and Andromeda walks through the door with Sissy. "Are you working hard, husband?" Andromeda says with a smile. "She is our 5th comrade," says Sissy excitedly. "She is Tatiana and she is not the 5th," I tell them in a serious tone. Tatiana, when she saw these two women, calling Mac's husband, was jealous but confused and asked, "What do they mean by the 5th? Andromeda smiles and says, I think we should talk. Saying that, they took Tatiana somewhere and only Father Morgan would know what they wanted to talk about. I just thought it wasn't good for me. I could only set my sights on the battle again. Rabin quickly casts the spell, but Alphard reflects it by deflecting the attack with his wand to the right and counterattacks with the spell. Instantly Rabin observes the attack coming and uses, escaping from the attack. When appearing he uses a powerful transfiguration called, it can be observed that 3 stone soldiers armed stone sword rise from the ground and then use. Alphard, when observing the 3 stone soldiers come to attack him, he casts 4 simultaneous spells, and one for each stone soldier, and the other one is cast at the rabbi who has just appeared in her back. Rabin, knowing that he could not dodge, uses the spell. You can quickly see a translucent sphere that surrounds him, but on impact Alphard's spell is undone. At that moment Alphard observes his spell impact with the translucent sphere and sees an opportunity and immediately casts the spell. Immediately he can see a retractable magic rope made of light, which rapidly extends towards Rabin's leg and him. Tying it up. Alphard, seeing that his spell has been successful, retracts the rope with Rabin attached to it and spins it in a spiral at high speed. You could see that he was already sure of his victory. Seeing that movement, I thought it would be very difficult to get out of it. Inside the rotating spiral, Rabin devises a way to escape. Concentrating, he casts the spell at the magic rope, immediately cutting it and shooting like a bullet. But this was what Rabin wanted, since he immediately cast the spell and it shoots directly into the sky. At high altitude it stops by inertia and looks down to see the platform. There on the platform you could see Alphard with a big smile. That was great. I wonder how he is going to stop Alphard from defeating him for being a moving target. The crowd that had been silent came to life and I could hear a loud cheer and shouts, Rabin, Alphard, Rabin, Alphard. It could clearly be seen that the magician audience had their favorite. Rabin realizes that he is beginning to lose, and begins to devise a strategy that. To be continue. P.S. Spells used in the chapter. Powerful transmogrification that summons 1 to 3 stone soldiers. That advance the opponent and attack only once, then crumble. Spell to disarm your opponent. This enchantment allows certain objects to be broken or partially cut. It can also generate painful cuts in living beings. Is an enchantment that creates a retractable magic rope made of light. This rope can be used to throw objects at a distance towards the caster or to throw the wizard towards whatever this spell is set on. It is generally used on inanimate targets, although it can be used on plants or animals and people. This spell lifts the caster high. Is a defensive spell that protects the caster. The most useful spell, as you can use it to control your enemies, attack a very powerful repulsion, and it can also defend yourself. Also called a body paralysis curse. If you are not a fan of Harry Potter, it is to appear is the teleportation of the magical world.